Welcome into the Missoula Prep Sports Network's coverage of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. Chris Stratton and Taylor Featherman here, and we are getting underway. We're going to go ahead and jump right into our starting lineup. Starting lineups presented by Garden of Reading, books, music, gifts, and more. And our starting lineups here, we'll start off with Hawaii. Number 1, the center fielder, Braden Nakamura. Number 11, third baseman, Jacob Yoshino. The catcher, number 17, Kyle Laguna. Number 19, the first baseman, Cameron Ching. Number 10, the right fielder, Kale Yoshino. Number 12, the shortstop, JT Navak. Number 9, the designated hitter, Jet Yushi. Number 3, the left fielder, Shei Yamaguchi and Gucci. And the second baseman, number 5, Cade Raposa. The right-handed pitcher, number 21, Shane Adams, is on the mound. For Cheyenne, number 8, the center fielder, Braxton Ennis. Number 3, the shortstop, Ryan Andrin. Number 22, the left fielder, Carter Mosey. Number 16, the right fielder, Brock Anderson. The first baseman, Sean Carson, number 37, will bat fifth. The designated hitter, number 1, RJ Prince. Number 17, the catcher, Finley Hastings. Number 13, the second baseman, Nico Veit. And number 6, the third baseman, Brandon Todd. On the mound for Cheyenne is Ethan Casey, number 2. They're going to go ahead and recite the American Legion sportsmanship, and we'll tune it in so you can hear it.
I will keep the rules, keep faith with my teammates, keep my temper, keep myself fit, keep a stout heart in defeat, keep my pride under in victory, keep a sound soul, a clean mind, and a healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Now we'll step aside for a few moments while they honor the national flag and have the national anthem.
Stitches of Missoula is your resource for embroidery and screen printing. Stitches can handle your large-scale projects for your team, special event, or support. Can help you turn your idea into a compelling logo. Give Stitches a call today at 406-529-2632 to speak with their super friendly staff. Stitches is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Stitches, we make you look good.
Feel stuck to your computer when you're your Prep Sports hero when you can't make it to the game? Well, now you don't have to. The Missoula Prep Sports Network has the app for all of Missoula high school sports fans.
It doesn't get any better than this. This is the future.
Just search Missoula Prep Sports Network in either the iTunes or Google Play app stores and take the game on the go.
How fantastic is that?
The Missoula Prep Sport Network knows that life is busy. You don't have time to sit by the computer. Download the app and take the game with you.
Some changes in life are too painful to go through alone, and Cunningham Law can help in making difficult decisions from divorce to child custody. Kyle Cunningham focuses solely on family law. Cunningham Law will help you land on your feet when big changes come to your family and life. Visit www.familylawmontana.com or give Kyle a call at 406-203-4678 today. Cunningham Law Services. You don't have to go through this alone. Cunningham Law is a proud sponsor of the Northwest Regional Tournament.
And we're back ready for the action here at Ogren Park, Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman as we get set to go for Game 8 of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament with Honolulu, Hawaii and Cheyenne, Wyoming. Folks, we want to hear from you. Go ahead and send us a tweet. Let us know where you're listening and viewing from and what team you're rooting for. You can get us at MPSN406 on Twitter. Send us a tweet, let us know where you're at and who you're rooting for, and we'll share it on air with you.
And Facebook.
And Facebook.
Same thing, at MPSN406.
Chris, I'm excited. We got ourselves a baseball game. That's always good, right?
We had a baseball game before this one. The Missoula Mavericks.
And what a game it was.
They would win 21-14. Folks, that is not a football score. That is a baseball score. Mavericks come away with the big win. They would beat Yakima. So the Mavericks move on. They'll play at 7 tomorrow night against the winner of this game. And Yakima plays at 1 o'clock tomorrow against Medford. So we are set to go here. If you're watching the game on our website, mpsn406.com, well, folks, if you need to go somewhere, run an errand or something, well, you can simply get our app. Just search Missoula Prep Sports Network in the Google Play and iTunes app stores and get the game on the go with the app. Missoula Prep Sports Network, Missoula's home for youth, for high school sports. We're excited about this one. Hawaii is going to bat first. Hawaii would win last night over Bozeman 6-2, and that was a pretty close game. Cheyenne comes into this game beating the Medford Mustangs out of Oregon 10-0, shutting out Medford to get into this game here. So the winner's side of the bracket going on tonight with a 7 o'clock game. Well, actually, it's 8:04.
Oh, man. Hour late.
We are going to be late into the night here in Missoula with this one. And it should be a good one. Cheyenne, well, they boast a decade of winning tradition, as some of the Cheyenne parents walking around here with the 2000s is the tradition for wins for Cheyenne. And looking at it, looked like 2004, 2008, and 2011, or 2012, the only years that they haven't won the state tournament for their group.
Holy cow. That's a dynasty. That's not a string of success. That is a dynasty. And Chris, it looks like we're ready to get underway here.
That's right. Brendan Nakamura will lead off here for Hawaii. On the mound, Ethan Casey, the right-handed pitcher for Wyoming. Nakamura will settle in, the center fielder, number 1. And the first pitch to Nakamura at 8:05 is a ball. The sun has started to drop over the western horizon. And that pitch will be swung on and missed for strike 1.
That was a big swing there, too, by Nakamura. He was looking to try to get that one out to the fences, which is something he's been able to do. 2 hits in 4.
He'll hit this one over the shortstop's head. It'll split left and center field. And Nakamura getting things going right out of the gate.
I was saying 3 hits in 5 attempts for Nakamura. Prior to that, 2 for 4, as he gets that leadoff single to get things rolling here for Honolulu, who, according to the board, have 99 hits already.
That'll take us to number 11, the third baseman, Jacob Yoshino.
Now it's back to 1.
Casey checks the runner at first. Nakamura out there with a 1-step lead. He'll throw to first. Nakamura dives back in. And from what I understand, Taylor, talking to some folks this morning, Hawaii finished out their state tournament a month ago. They've been sitting and waiting for this regional to come up. I could be wrong, and if you're listening in as a Hawaii fan and you want to correct me, well, send a tweet right to us at MPSN406. Here's the pitch. That one skins the plate, and it's a strike.
Speaking of our Twitter handle at MPSN406, a tweet has rolled in. Tim is watching the live stream from Kansas City. Go Honolulu. The Owls.
All right. 0-1 count here. Runner at first. They'll throw to first again. Nakamura sliding back in. We did see a pickoff play happen earlier today.
So Jacob Yoshino batting .750 so far this tournament. Granted, this is just the second game here, but still, that's nothing to scoff at as this pitch rolls in. He showed bunt, but it's going to be inside for his strike nevertheless.
And the catcher for Cheyenne, that'd be Finley Hastings. He looked like he was going to rocket that one down the line.
He was ready to, for sure. He popped up fast there after the pitch.
So an 0-2 count here for Yoshino. And that pitch is outside for ball 1. So settling in here for game 8. It's been a long afternoon here as the Mavericks and Yakima would play 3 hours and 20 minutes. This one's bounced off in front of the plate, picked up by the second baseman, out at second, and safe at first. They get the leadoff runner here, and that'll bring up the catcher, number 17, Kyle Leugen.
Leugen, we saw last night, not only is pretty capable with the bat, batting .333, but also the dude can pitch.
Yes, he can.
Touching 80s very frequently on the gun as he pitched a couple innings last night. Actually, I think just one.
Casey with the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1.
That was a big rip there. Leugen wanted that one to get over the fence. Last night, that one hit he did register happened to be a double, so he's got some pop to him. He's able to get the ball out. We'll see. And Chris, word has just come in. Hawaii clinched the Owls here, Honolulu. They clinched the state championship on 7/28, so not quite that long ago. So
the throw to first. Yoshino dives back in. Thank you for the tweet.
Yeah, we appreciate you clearing that up.
To clear it up here.
So
talking to people within the building here and getting information.
It's tough.
And that pitch is a ball. Count out at 1. Had the Mavericks and my game still up there, trying to figure out where I was at with stats. So Casey will settle in. Here's the pitch. Runner's going to go to second. The throw is there, and it is in time for the out. Even though the catcher, Hastings, would bobble it, he'd get the throw there anyways, and they get a second player out at second.
You know, if there was a time to try to be aggressive and try to steal a base and really get something going, it would be in this first inning here.
So with a 2-1 count here. Settling back in, the right-handed batter of Leugen. Leugen. There we go.
As Tim has just tweeted in. We appreciate that. We apologize if we're butchering any names. And if we are, tweet in at us at MPSN406. We don't want to do that, but we struggle. Folk from Montana.
Here's the pitch. Outside, bounces, and they're going to have a pass play, and the runner will make his way down to first base. Another successful pass play shown here.
Well, and that's just good base running there by Leugen. I mean, he noticed that right after he struck out there, the ball was nowhere near Hastings. He couldn't find it, so he just took off to first. That's just a heads-up play. That's just good base running right there,
That'll bring up Cameron Ching.
Ooh, this is a tough question, Chris. I'm going to pass this one on to you. Any idea how many? Oh, yep, good call.
Here's the pitch. That one will skin the plate for strike 1. Go ahead, Taylor.
Any idea how many times each team has been to a regional?
I do not, but that's information that we could definitely figure out for you. We'll take care of that for you.
Yeah, we will track that down, and we'll have it tomorrow. I promise, Julian.
We'll see if we can get it in tonight as well.
Ooh, all right.
We've got Legion officials here from all over, so we can probably track that down. Each team as in Honolulu and Cheyenne, or each team in general in the tournament?
I think they just, I think Julian just means every team.
Every team, okay.
Which is only 8. We can get that tracked down.
Definitely. I do know that this is the first time the Alaska team has been to a regional tournament. This one's going to be hit out into left field past the shortstop, and with 2 outs here, Hawaii with runners at first and second. And that will bring up the right field, Kale Yoshino.
Once again, Chris, we see Honolulu getting very aggressive just right out of the gates and going for it. Last night we saw him in that first inning.
You know, I'm kind of curious whether there would be a little rust on or dust on the bottle here with these two teams, as they had to sit in the shade and watch a very long game between the Mavericks and Yakima starting an hour late. This one's going to be bounced down the third base line. It's going to be foul. The runners will head back to their bases. So with a 0-1 count, 2 outs, runners at first and second. Yoshino will settle back in to the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf. Missoula's home for extreme sports. Hockey and Lacrosse Wolf. Casey settles in on the Cunningham Law mound. That pitch is outside but catches the plate for strike 2. Cunningham Law, an experienced family law attorney serving Missoula and western Montana. So Yoshino settles back in with an 0-2 count. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. Opening half frame. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate, and Casey will end the inning with a K. We'll have the bottom of the first in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Pitch count 19.
The Missoula Prep Sports Network is Missoula's home for local sports. MPSN406.com has the news on Missoula and surrounding communities' sports heroes. Our mission is to make our local sports heroes feel just like sports heroes. Visit us today at www.mpsn406.com. Follow us on Twitter at mpsn406. mpsn406.com, Missoula's home for its prep sports heroes.
Welcome back to the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman covering the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. Game 8 on the tournament, day 2. And it is Honolulu, Hawaii versus Cheyenne, Wyoming. And on the mound for Hawaii is Braxton Ennis. And the leadoff batter for Wyoming it's Shane Adams that is on the mound for Hawaii. Got my wires crossed. I'll straighten them back out. And Braxton Ennis is the leadoff batter for Wyoming. So Adams warming up here.
Well, and Ennis, a very capable player, batting .333 so far throughout the tournament. 1 hit in 3 at-bats, but 2 runs and 2 RBIs, so it's a pretty big hit.
Settles back in. We are ready to go. Our umpires today, Brian Larson of Missoula is behind the plate.
Garden City.
Chris Aldinger, he is from Meridian, Idaho. He's down the first base line, and the third base is Eric Holden,
Yakima,
who is out of Yakima. So we're ready to go here. Brief conversation between catcher and pitcher. Hawaii's catcher would be the one and only Kyle Liagon,
who can also pitch.
Yes, he can. Ennis settles in. And here's the pitch. That'll be a ball. Adams settles in the pitch. That one's going to bounce in the dirt off the shoulder of the catcher and roll towards the third base dugout for ball 1 or ball 2. 2-0 count here.
Well, and that's the kind of pitch there where it came off Liagon like that. That if there was a base runner on for the Cheyenne team, that's a couple bags right there for base runners.
2-0 count here for Ennis. He settles into the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Here's the pitch. Ennis looking down the third base line at his coach. 3-0 on the count. And looking at, we'll get the coaches here for Hawaii. It's Dun Muramir. There we go. I'll spit it out. And for Cheyenne, we'll get them.
That's Ty Lane.
It's Ty Lane. Thanks for jumping that out for me.
No
You
worries.
had that information already written down, didn't you? And here's the pitch by Adams. Ennis will swing on it, foul it off, and we'll have a full count at 3-2 now.
Ooh, and that was an interesting pitch there by Adams. Took a lot of speed off of it. Only let that one fly over at 55 miles per hour, but still caught him for a loop as that fouled off. Full count now, Chris.
Adams settles on the Cunningham Law pitcher's mound. Here's the pitch. Swung on. This is going to foul in the netting down the first base line here, or third base line here, and he'll stay alive with a full count. We'll have 3 games tomorrow, folks. 1, 4, and 7. Saturday will be 4 and 7, and Sunday with the championship 1 o'clock. All games aired right here on the Missoula Prep Sports Network, free of charge. We wanted to make sure that the fans that couldn't travel were able to root on their players. Here's the pitch, and they'll go ahead and walk the leadoff batter. And in the previous game, Taylor, we saw that bite the Mavericks as that leadoff runner would earn a run.
Yeah, pretty quickly too. Before a hit was actually registered, he was able to steal not second, but third as well. And then wild pitch, and just like that.
So that brings us to the shortstop, number 3, Ryan Andren. He'll settle into the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Adams checks the runner at first over his left shoulder, and the pitch is on its way high for ball 1.
Boy, Ligon caught that pitch from Adams and just sparked right up. He was pretty sure that Ennis was going to try to make a play for second base there, but good work by Ligon to pop straight up and hold the runner.
Ligon settles in. Adams gets the pitch. Here's the pitch. It'll bounce in the dirt. The runner will hold it first. And that'll make it 2-0 on the count. Third base coach signals in. And settles does Andren. Getting some smells coming off of the concession stand now.
Ooh.
That one's going to be fouled off into the netting for strike 1.
That was just a little check swing there by Andren. Looked like he was just trying to almost lay off of that one, but already halfway through, so he's going to foul that one off. 2-1 now the count. Base runner at first, no outs here for Andren. Let's see what Adams does here for Honolulu.
Runner steps away from first. Adams takes a deep breath, checks him over his left shoulder. They'll throw there. Runner will get back in time.
You know, you hear people booing so much about like trying to check the runners and pitching out like that, but I you know,
it's an integral part of the game. I agree.
Absolutely. I mean, it's as that one rings in there by Adams for strike 2. Count now 2-2 here for Andren. But I mean, it's a really low risk, high reward situation. People boo. You hear fans boo because they might not be fun to watch. But best case scenario there, Adams gets that one over and he gets an out for his team.
Throw to first once again. To first. Trying to freeze the runner over there. Even count at 2 for Andren. He settles in. Adams will shake off the first pitch, nods at the second one, and now settles. Here's the pitch. This one's going to be hit high over first base. The second baseman will come in and catch it right on the line, and that will be out number 1.
That right there was a skyrocket in flight.
That'll bring up Carter Mossy, the left fielder, number 22.
I've been impressed so far with what Shane Adams is able to do up there on the mound. He's really, really good at switching between his hot stuff and his slow stuff. A lot of times those speed variations, makes it very difficult for a batter to know what's coming his way.
So Mossy settles in to the Hockey Wolf batter's box as Adam kind of digs in with his right foot and kicks some dirt out. They'll throw to first, and getting back just in time is the runner at first. One out here, bottom of the first. Goose eggs on the scoreboard so far.
Something that Ennis is doing over there is not agreeing with Adams as he continues to try to pick him off. One miss up by Ennis, and that's going to be a quick out.
Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate, and that'll be strike one.
Wow, 82 miles an hour on that one. I'm impressed. That the range so far I've seen is 84 to 55. I mean, that's impressive.
Mossy settles back in. Right-handed batter is Mossy. He'll step out of the box now. Right foot in, left foot out, and now he does the hokey pokey. Throw to first. That one close. Yeah, you're right. There's something that Ennis is doing over there at first that's getting into Adams' head. We've talked about it before. The game within the game, within the game, within the game.
Adjacent to the other one.
Here's the pitch. Outside, and we'll even the count out at one with one out here.
I mean, Ennis has only got a 2 or 3 step lead off the bag over there. It's not like he's really that far out and just keeps getting back. But
no, and he doesn't have a dance or glitch or anything to his stance out there at first.
No, I mean, to Adams' credit, Ennis so far in this tournament is 1 for 1 with stolen bases, but I mean, still.
Here's the pitch. That one will catch the outside of the plate. First strike, 2. 1-2 count here for Mossy.
And Adams brought the heat on that one. All the way up to 82, right on the corner of the plate. That's a tough pitch to hit.
So Mossy will settle back in. Ennis at first, playing games with Adams. Cheyenne wearing the old-timey baseball uniforms. I love the old-timey baseball uniforms, Taylor. There's just something about it, the nostalgia or whatever you want to say, but
a lot of stirrups. A lot of stirrups out there. In fact, I think it might be a whole team in stirrups.
And getting back is Ennis.
Which I'm a stirrups guy.
You just can't see you in stirrups.
That's because I'd have to wear pants first, and I'm a
Yeah.
shorts guy through and through.
You and I both. Shorts and flip-flops is what I prefer.
I like a nice closed-toe shoe.
Do you? Okay.
Nice closed-toe.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and that will be a K for Adams. Wow, that one just came out of the fist. And that'll take us to number 16, the right fielder, Brock Anderson.
Anderson, 0 for 4 yesterday. He's really struggled. See if he's got a different approach here tonight.
They'll throw to first again. Ennis getting that white jersey all dirty.
Well, if nothing else, I mean, that is the same distance, right? So at least he's making Shane Adams kind of work up there on the mound, not getting out of this easy.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. It'll go down the third base line. The throw to second is there, and that will retire the inning. The Cheyenne will get one on. They'll leave them there, and it's tied at 0. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome to Access Fitness, where there's no initiation fees and no contracts. You just get results. With the top-of-the-line equipment to help you reach your fitness goals at your convenience, and 5 locations in western Montana cities, no matter where you venture, you can access your fitness home. Access Fitness is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can work out at your schedule. Access Fitness, no initiation fees, no contracts, just results. Access Fitness is a proud sponsor of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament. David Dietrich and the crew at iFly Fish Montana have you covered when it comes to all things fly fishing. Whether it's the scoop on the newest gear or images of the crew in their latest honey hole, iFly Fish Montana is your resource for angling in western Montana. David has immersed himself into the angler's culture in Montana to help you have the best fishing experience possible. Visit iFlyFishMontana.com to get the latest reviews on fly shops, river conditions, and more. iFly Fish Montana is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome back to Ogren Park Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman for the Missoula Prep Sports Network as we are at the top of the second inning here for our late game of the day, Game 8 of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament, Honolulu, Hawaii, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. And it is goose eggs on the scoreboard as we start the second here. And the leadoff batter for Hawaii is J.T. Naviak, the shortstop, number 12. Good call on the name there, Taylor.
Just phonetically, could be wrong.
On the mound for Wyoming is Ethan Casey, the right-handed pitcher.
And let us know if we are incorrect.
How do they let us know, Taylor?
At MPSN 406, as that one's going to be hit right out to third base and over to first in time for a ground out.
This Wyoming squad, they play a solid infield game. And that'll bring us to number 9, the designated hitter, Jet Yuchi. We'll call it Yuchi. And that one will be a strike to Yuchi. That pitch will be hopped up over. We'll have an even count at 1 with 1 out here. Nobody on.
Casey now setting for the second pitch.
That
was
one, go ahead.
Right down the pipe. That's going to be for ball 2. Count now 2-1.
Trying to send a message out to find out our question, how we would find out how many times each team has been to the regionals. This is going to be bounced to the first baseman. He'll secure it in his glove, touch the bag, and that'll be out number 2.
The left fielder, number 3, Shea Yamaguchi.
That'll bring up the left fielder, number 3, Shea Yamaguchi.
Yamaguchi 1 for 4 in yesterday's action, but that also produced a run.
Here's the pitch. Check swing. They say he went for strike 1. 2 outs here. Top of the second. Scoreless. Honolulu and Cheyenne. Here's the pitch. Outside by Casey. Makes it a 2-0 count here. Actually, it's going to even the count out at 1. Scoreboard trying to catch up here. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate, and we're at a 1-2 count here.
Now, Chris, I don't know about you, but I feel like watching these two teams so far, it kind of reminds me of a prize fight when they just kind of circle around each other for the first minute.
And that one's outside. Makes it 3-1 on the count. I agree. I mean, they just I've got 1-2 on, or even count at 2 here. The scoreboard says 2-1 with 2 outs. That one's going to be low, and that will move us to the full count at 3-2.
That is what the umpire has, and you are correct, Chris. But it reminds me of a prize fight, just kind of circling around each other. Naviak. Okay.
That one will be fouled off down the third base line.
Thank you, Tim. I'm sorry, man. We're trying. We did good, though. He said you did good. I appreciate that. I just have to say something. Naviak. Got it.
Here's the pitch by Casey. And they'll walk the leadoff batter here. Actually, no, that will not be the leadoff batter. Gotten it behind here. Scoreboard operator trying to catch up, and I'm trying to catch up here. And that'll bring up Cade Raposo, number 5, the second baseman. Still a little rattled from that 21-14 3-hour and 20-minute game we just took care of.
Yeah, that was a heck of a performance. I mean,
got to shake the
dull moments.
The bugs out here and get us dialed in. Throw to first, diving back in is Yamaguchi. And my Legion baseball guru just informed me that it's going to take a little bit of research to be able to track down each team's. That one's going to be fouled right into the catcher, and that'll be strike one.
By chance, is your guru going to do that research for us?
He is not, because he's doing PA for the game right now.
Oh, okay.
Paul Yarbrough.
Yeah, sure. He is.
The voice of the Missoula Mavericks.
And an expert indeed.
He's probably forgotten more Legion baseball games than I will ever do. Here's the throw to first, diving back in.
Well, I forget everyone you do, but you know what they say. Greats have short memory.
I try to forget what I do too.
I can't remember any games I do. Put them behind me.
0-1 count, 2 outs, runner at first. Here's the pitch. That one will be high, and we'll have an even count at 1. Top of the second. No score. Hawaii at bat. Muramura, the skipper for Hawaii, also the third base coach, sending signals. Casey settles on the mound, ready for the pitch. It's on its way. Runner's going to go at second. This one's going to be a high one into center field. Runner will round second. The center fielder will drop it, and Honolulu, with 2 outs here, is now threatening with runners at first and third, and that'll swing us to the top of the batting order for Hawaii as the center fielder, Braden Nakamura, comes to the plate.
Casey kind of getting shelled so far. 33 pitches thus far, only through about an inning and 2/3 work here. He's going to need to start getting some quick outs if he wants to play in this game for the long run.
Nakamura settles into the Hockey Wolf batter's box.
Nakamura led the game off with a single there just an inning ago.
Casey with the pitch. Runner's going to go to second. They'll throw to second. No, they won't. The runner to third, and he'll get back in time. Wow, that was tight.
Well, and what a great play by Hastings to see the runner going from first to second and pop up like he's ready to throw it, but coming down the third base line for a potential steal of home, which is obviously much more of a pressing issue with 2 outs. So kind of a double clutch, looked like a layup.
Brian Larson will clean the plate off. Nakamura settles back into the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Jacob Yoshino in the Access Fitness on deck circle, and a swing and a miss for strike 1 for Nakamura. Access Fitness, no initiation, no contracts, just results.
And 24-hour.
And 24-hour. We
That's
don't want to forget about
that's
that.
my big excitement there.
So Nakamura settles back in. And the pitch by Casey. That one will be low. And we'll have a 2-1 count here. 2 outs, top of the second. Hawaii with a threat at third. Hawaii 90 feet away from the score. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and that'll even the count out at 2.
Boy, that was a real off-speed and inside pitch there. Dropped it down to 58. By the time Nakamura had realized he already swung through it, that was just when the catcher had it. That was quite the change up there by Casey.
Casey settles in, and the pitch. That one will go off the knee of the catcher. Runners will hold at second and third. Full count at 3-2 now with 2 outs. Casey settles in on the mound. Takes a breath, and now the pitch. And they'll strike out the batter to end the inning. Nakamura thought he had the free base, toss the bat, but the umpire says strike 3, and we will step aside for 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Stitches of Missoula is your resource for embroidery and screen printing. Stitches can handle your large-scale projects for your team, special event, or for your organization. With their on-site graphic artists and design support team, Stitches can help you turn your idea into a compelling logo. Give Stitches a call today at 406-529-2632 to speak with their super friendly staff. Stitches is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Stitches, we make you look good.
Do you have a sweet video of your sports athlete? Did you experience a sports-altering moment or something at a sporting event that wowed the crowd? Go to our homepage at www.mpsn406.com and click on the Contact Us tab at the bottom of the homepage. Email us your video. We'll choose a new one every Monday, and yours just might go viral. Visit us today at MPSN406 on Facebook and Twitter. MPSN.com, Missoula's home for Ms. Prep Sports Heroes.
Welcome back to Ogren Park, Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman. We're getting some tweets in here. And want to understand, Nakamura goes by Brando.
Yeah.
Brendo.
That's his, yeah. Or B. Or just B.
Or just B, okay.
B or Brendo.
Well, you know, kind of as a rule, as a play-by-play guy, you don't really get to know the players too much, so kind of want to stick with last names when you do it, but...
I mean, I think you did say Brendan, though, I think was what sparked that.
Yeah, I did. I messed up. It is
We're all good.
Braden. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. And at the plate, Sean Carson, the first baseman, number 37. He'll settle in. Here's the pitch. That one will skin the plate, evens the count out at 1. Taylor, I feel like we're going to be in for a tight one here. This could be a very low-scoring game.
I think so. If this is a prize fight, I think it's going to go to the decision. Granted, it's super-duper early to say that.
Here's the pitch, and it's going to go off the left elbow of Carson. He'll get the free base, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, number 1, R.J. Prince.
Well, and Carson didn't even flinch. That hit him in the arm, and it looked like I just flicked you. You might flinch more if I flick you. I don't know.
I probably would. I'm sensitive.
Carson, wow. I mean, he just took a 72-mile-an-hour ball right to the arm and didn't even look.
And he doesn't have a elbow guard on that arm either.
Wearing number 37, he's tough. It's a joke no one in the broadcast is going to understand.
Yeah, you'll have to explain it. Here's the throw to first.
Missoula, Montana, University of Montana football. It's the big thing here in town. This is a college town. They have a legacy number, number 37, which pretty much just goes to the baddest man on the defensive side of the ball.
That's right. Started with Tim Houck.
Correct.
Here's the pitch. That will catch the inside of the plate for a strike. 0-1 count here for Prince. The Wyoming fans, if they're old enough, they probably remember some battles with the Montana Grizzly football program back in the day.
None of the players, but parents perhaps.
Prince will kick the bat for a moment and then settles in. Here's the pitch by Adams. That one will be low, and we'll have an even count at 1.
Prince scored 2 runs yesterday and 3 hits. Batting .333 so far.
Prince settles in. Carson steps away from first.
2 runs and 1 hit. I think I read that wrong.
Here's the pitch. This one fouled off over the first baseline netting, and we go to a 1-2 count here. You know, looking at Carson, can you imagine it? He plays at first, but can you imagine him being at home and trying to run through that?
Yeah. Big kid, big athletic build. No, I would probably just stay at third.
And he's got no fear as we witness the ball going off his left elbow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'd stay at third. He just took a 72-mile-an-hour in the arm and didn't even flinch. I'd stay at third.
That's an intimidation factor. They called time just as the pitch was going.
Yeah, and
Hawaii
fans
fans not happy about it.
No, because that pitch was in the zone. I believe that would have been a strike, and strike 3. But little roar there from the crowd.
Adams now gets the pitch. 1-2 count with no outs. Runner at first. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Foul down the first base line, and he'll stay alive with the count.
Chris, it seems people continue to trickle in here to the broadcast. We'd like to welcome any new listeners. Score between Hawaii and Wyoming 0-0. We're doing a thing where you can tweet at us your location and who you're rooting for, and we'll read them on air at MPSN 406, or catch us on Facebook at MPSN 406.
We want to hear from you. We heard from a lot of Hawaii fans last night when we had the game. It was a lot of fun getting those tweets in here, and then this morning we did as well.
We learned how time zones work too.
Yeah, we did. We learned some things last night,
we're
Taylor.
Getting better at this.
That's what I tell my kids. Learn something new every day, and we learned a few things last night.
Yeah. I'm still terrible at time zones. But
it's part of that numbers thing. Is it numbers that mess with you, or is it math in general?
I don't know. I don't even want to answer that.
See, for me, it's when you start mixing in the letters. I struggled with algebra because I couldn't get over the letter being in there. This was going to be hit to the first baseman. He'll get it. He'll race to the base and get the out. What a play by number 19, Cameron Ching, diving on that one, getting back up and beating the runner to the base.
Yeah, that was a nice play there. He thought about getting up and going to second, maybe trying to turn 2 there, but good judgment by him. Just take the easy out at first base rather than trying to push your luck and potentially get no outs. I like that there. Good conservative play.
That'll take us to the catcher, number 17, Finley Hastings. Runner at second with 1 out here. That would be Carson. He's got a 2-step lead. Shane Adams on the Cunningham Law pitcher's mound. This one's going to be hit down the third base line. Hops over the left fielder's head. That'll bring Carson around. He'll score. And Hastings will hold at second, and Wyoming strikes blood first.
Ooh. Not only does he have a good head of hair on him, Hastings that is, but he can swing a bat. That was a beautiful shot out to left field and just took a goofy bounce out there. I don't think the best left fielder in the world might have been able to make a play on that one.
Yeah, that one had a crazy hop. The ball came off the bat with a little bit of a curve and a spin to it. When it did land in front of the left fielder, he had to readjust, and he didn't readjust the correct way. That'll take us to number 13, the second baseman, Nico Viet. Adams settles in on the mound. Runner at second. Wyoming strikes blood first. They're up 1-0 here in the bottom of the second. Here's the pitch. And that one will be in the dirt. The runner will advance down the line to third. And with 1 out here, Wyoming threatening once again.
That one there will be scored as a wild pitch as that just got away from Liagun.
Will come right to home plate and ask for a fresh ball. And now Mura will head out to the mound. And we'll have a conference here as things are starting to slip away from Hawaii. Folks, we want to thank you for tuning in and listening in on the broadcast. As we mentioned, let us know where you're listening in at, where you're viewing, and who you're rooting for at MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter. We are proud that we are able to bring this to you at no cost.
Absolutely.
Picked up a few local sponsors here, but we came short of our cost coverage here. If you know of a business or somebody that would like to help out, donate to the cause, well, get a hold of us. Go to our website, mpsn406.com, and at the bottom of the homepage, we have the Contact Us tab. Send us an email and let us know, and we'll get in contact and try to bring it in so that we can cover our costs. Here's the pitch, swung on, foul down the first base line, and that one will land in the dirt in front of the dugout. Even count at 1 now for Viet. had all kinds of stuff going on today. Facebook, Twitter, and emails coming in to let us know about who is watching and where. That pitch outside, and we'll have a 1-2 count.
Yeah, that's true. If you don't have Facebook, we also catch us on Facebook, or you could always go to our website, mpsn406.com, and hit the contact bar at the bottom. But it's very fascinating for us to hear where all these folks listening are from. Kind of crazy, too. Because that one's going to be shot out to the gap in right field, and that one's going to go back for double base hit, and that'll bring a runner home. Hastings scores, as that is a double for Veet.
And that will make it 3-0. Is it 2? Okay.
Well, and that's the second double in a row there, given up by Adams.
And next at bat, that would be number 6, the third baseman, Brandon Todd. And they'll call time. Settling back in. That pitch is a ball. 1-0 count here for Todd.
Todd 2 of 4 in last night's game with 1 run and 1 RBI. Pretty good effort for him.
Here's the pitch. That one will go in the dirt. The runner will advance down the line to third. And Adams letting a couple of pitches get away that are hurting Hawaii right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second time we've seen a pitch get past, might even be the third, I'm not really sure, but get past Liagan. Not really even to his credit. I don't really know whose fault it would be, Adams or Liagan. But regardless, that's the second or third time that's happened, and each time it's resulted in a stolen base for Wyoming. You can't have those kind of costly mistakes.
So the 2-0 count here. 1 out, bottom of the second, and Wyoming with a 2-0 lead over Hawaii.
But, I mean, we've seen Hawaii kind of shoot themselves in the foot, as lack of a better terminology there, and then rally back and really storm.
This one's going to be hit down the first baseline. It'll land just past the fringe at first. The runner will come home from third. The runner at first by an impressive here.
I mean, yesterday, Hawaii's starting pitcher, China, I'm pretty sure it's not pronounced that way, Chinyar.
China. That's
China,
what we were
Thank
tweeted
you.
last night.
But one of the only runs, or one of the 2 runs that were scored, was actually via a bulk by China. So, I mean, we've seen Hawaii kind of struggle out of the gates and then really turn the heat on, as we're going to see Adams pitch out to first base and check the runner. That's Todd over there at first. This Hawaii team reminds me a lot of the 2015 Royals, where they're not going to hit the long ball and beat you, but they're just going to hit singles until you just can't take anymore. They're kill you with a single.
We saw that with the Mavs earlier today too. Several innings they would load the bases up and the score would get run up just because of singles popped out here and there.
Yeah. That first pitch going to be a ball. Count now 1. Touched 84 miles per hour. That's one of the faster pitches I've seen out of a Legion player here in the last couple of days. To be fair, you can't really see the miles per hour because the sign is in the direct sun until about this game. So, of the last 2 nights.
This one's fouled off. And we move to an even count at 1.
Ennis back up for the first time since walking to open the game out.
Yes, that swings us up to the top of the batting order here with Ennis. In the on deck is Ryan Andrin. Adams taking a moment here, and we do have action in the bullpen. Sidearm warming up down the line there.
Ooh.
Actually, we got 2 pitchers warming up for Hawaii. 1 out here. Throw to first. Runners back in time.
Matt Ellis to the press box, please. Matt Ellis to the press box.
Even count at 1 with 1 out. Runner at first. And Ennis steps back in. That one's going to be hit down the first base line.
Both teams still just kind of sniffing each other out. Wyoming with a 3-0 lead currently, but a lot of it came out of balls that have gotten away from Hawaii rather than like just giving up a bunch of runs. I mean, both teams have 3 hits currently. A couple big doubles by Wyoming, not to take anything away from them. As once again, we'll get another check over to the right, checking the runner. That's Todd over at first base, and he's bothering Adams.
Stepping away at first is the runner. 1-2 count with 1 out. Here's the pitch by Adams. Swung on. This one's going to go foul, and it will go over the restrooms. Actually, it'll bounce around on the deck there. And we've got a 1-2 count, keeping the batter alive. In the on deck is the Access Fitness on deck circle. Is Andrew. Runner steps away from first. Adam nods at the pitch. 1-2 count. They throw to first. Getting back in. Can't see down the line there exactly who is warming up.
Yeah.
Ennis will step back in to the Hockey Wolf batter's box.
The net kills me.
It's tough. Even earlier today, we had a white jersey with a black number, and I wasn't able to make it out down the line with the netting.
That's nothing. I mean, that's tough duty.
Even count at 2 with 1 out here. Runner at first. Braxton Ennis. He'll settle in to the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Throw to first. Runners back in time. Now with pitchers warming up, and we talked about the importance of the pickoff play at the bases, but when you got a situation with a pitcher struggling and you've got pitchers warming up in the bullpen, can that be considered a stall tactic, Taylor?
I mean, perhaps. I mean, that would depend. I mean, I think you'd see that more in the big. For it to be a and now count 3-2. You know, that would have to mean the manager relaying to Liagon and then Liagon relaying to Adams that keep pitching out. As that one's going to get popped out to left field on their horse, making a play for it. The left fielder, Yamaguchi, is going to get there for the out, and that will hold Todd at first base. Good work getting that back up so fast.
And Hawaii trying to work their way out of it here.
Number 3, Ryan Andrin.
Now
That'll
2
bring
outs.
up Andrin. 2 outs here. Wyoming with 3 runs here in the bottom of the second with a 3-0 lead. And going to the Access Fitness on deck circle is Carter Mossy. Runner steps away from first. Here's the pitch. That one low for ball 1.
Took a lot off of that one. Just kind of let it slice the zone.
You know, in all the action that we had today, it's definitely, these teams definitely are the cream of the crop of their conferences. Nobody snuck in here.
I mean, both these teams, at least just visually from a kind of an outsider perspective, seem like juggernauts.
Yeah, they've got a stable full of defensive players, and then both able to swing the bat, check swing. They say he didn't go, and it will be a ball at a 2-0 count. Let us know that you're watching the game, folks. Get at us at MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter. We'll send some love out to you. Throw to first, diving back in. Now we're down to one pitcher out there in the Mike's Print and Copy bullpen. Mike's Print and Copy. High quality copies and digital printing.
Another check swing there. I'm not sure what the scoop is. I mean, as that one's gonna get out for that, kind of got away from him there for a ball. Had to duck in the batter's box. But different pitchers have different strategies as far as keeping the runners in check. Sometimes just the look works, as we're gonna see Murrah make his way back out to the mound.
The beer garden and the grill will be closing down at the end of the 4th inning tonight. The beer garden and the grill.
So they are going to make the switch here, and they're actually going to bring in number 8. That is Cheyenne Matsuda. And they're going to let him warm up. We'll step aside for 60 seconds right here on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Bottom of the second, and Wyoming leads Hawaii 3-0. Back in 60 seconds right here on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome to Access Fitness, where there's no initiation fees and no contracts. You just get results. With the top-of-the-line equipment to help you reach your fitness goals at your convenience, and 5 locations in western Montana cities, no matter where you venture, you can access your fitness home. Access Fitness is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can work out at your schedule. Access Fitness, no initiation fees, no contracts, just results. Access Fitness is a proud sponsor of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament.
Some changes in life are too painful to go through alone, and Cunningham Law can help in making difficult decisions from divorce to child custody. Kyle Cunningham focuses solely on family law. Cunningham Law will help you land on your feet when big changes come to your family and life. Visit www.familylawmontana.com or give Kyle a call at 406-203-4678 today. Cunningham Law Services. You don't have to go through this alone. Cunningham Law is a proud sponsor of the Northwest Regional Tournament.
Welcome back to Ogren Park, Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman here in the press box as we have a new pitcher on the mound, and that would be Cheyenne Matsuda.
On a beautiful Missoula, Montana evening. Smoke, I don't know if you guys, I imagine with between both Wyoming and Hawaii, the folks listening, I've heard us talking about how terrible the smoke's been the last week, but today was kind of a gem. Smoke dissipated very well, able to see the mountains all the way around Missoula, kind of being a valley in that way. Nice kind of a twilighty zone. The lights have come on. Yes, I think I'm ready for some more baseball.
All right. Well, the sidearm pitch of Matsushita, and we're going to get back to it. Stepping back to the plate is Ryan Andrian. He's got a 3-0 count here. And we're going to see another sidearm pitch. And Wyoming, they're going to go ahead and match. And they've got a pitcher warming up down there as well. That would be number 2. Oh, Ethan Casey. I wonder why they've got him out there throwing between innings. That pitch is a ball.
Maybe just trying to work through something here.
That's a strike. 3-1 count here.
That's interesting.
Here's the pitch. Hit right at the pitcher. Picked up by the second baseman. He can't handle it. And the runner will get on off the error. Wow. Second baseman not happy with himself.
Yeah, Raposo is upset that he missed that there. And he had it. I mean, he made a play on it. It was moving very fast, right up through the gap.
You'd have to gut catch that one. So with runners at first and second, 2 outs here, that brings us to the left fielder, Carter Mossy. He'll settle in the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Here's the pitch. This one's hit over the head of the first baseman and right into the glove, and that will finish out the inning. So Cheyenne, they will leave 2. They'll score 3, and it's 3-0 on the Stitches scoreboard. We'll be back in 60 seconds on Fox Sports Radio, 1450 and 92.7.
For over 30 years, Garden of Eden has passionately pursued to aid Missoula's area churches in their mission to evangelize the surrounding areas. Garden of Eden has a large stock of books, gifts, music, toys, and more. Stop in to visit their full-service coffee bar and luscious homemade fudge. Shop their online store and get free shipping on orders of $69 or more. Visit them at www.shopgardenofreden.com or stop by their store at 2621 Brooks. Garden of Eden is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports and the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is Missoula's one-stop shop for all your hockey and lacrosse needs.
Check this out.
It may be warm outside, but you can still take care of your hockey fix in their 1/3 sized indoor rink.
Really? Wow, crazy.
Stop in to 1010 North Avenue West and see what they have in store for your hockey needs. Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is a proud sponsor of high school sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome back to the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman as he's getting a kick out of my verbiage here.
I apologize.
We have the top of the third inning here. Wyoming leads
Number 11, Jacob Yoshino.
Hawaii 3-0. And Jacob Yoshino will lead off the inning here for Hawaii, the 2, 3, 4 batters scheduled here on the inning. Here's the pitch. And that one is going to be a ball. Ethan Casey on the mound, and we saw him in the half inning out in the bullpen. Here's the pitch. This one's going to be hit hard and deep. The center fielder falls down, and it goes over the head of the second baseman. Wow, the center fielder, Braxton Ennis, just losing traction and went face first into the grass, and the ball would land right in front of him.
Yeah, that's a tough play there, but he popped right back up. Quick smack of the mitt, and he's ready to roll again. I was gonna say real quick, Yoshino, Jacob, that is, before tonight was batting .750, 3 for 4, and then so far tonight, fielder's choice and a single after that.
Here's the pitch. This one's going to be hit into right field. It's a high floater, and hanging out right there is the right fielder. He'll get the ball in the glove, and that'll be out number 1. Runner will hold it first.
Number 19, Cameron Jing.
Top of the third, Wyoming leads Hawaii 3-0 on the Stitches scoreboard. Stitches, celebrate with a round of custom t-shirts for your friends, teammates, and employees. Stitches. Casey will check the runner. Cameron Ching at the plate. They'll throw to first for the pickoff. Runner gets back in time.
Casey so far at 42 pitches, 24 of which have been in the zone, but I'm intrigued why. I've never seen a starting pen like that. They must have just been trying to work him through something kind of goofy.
Here's the pitch. That one will be low for a ball. We'll have games tomorrow, 3 of them set for tomorrow, 1 o'clock, 4 and 7. We've got the 1 o'clock game already set with Oregon and Washington. And then at 4, it'll be Idaho and the loser of this game. The 7 o'clock game will take on the Mavericks at 7. And that'll be the winner of this game, I should say. And that pitch makes it 2-0 on the count. Whatever Casey was working on, it feels like he got a little bit behind, and it almost seems like there's a momentum shift the pendulum is starting to swing the other way. Here's the pitch. Outside, just like you were talking with a prize fight. 3-0 on the count with 1 out here. Runner at first for Hawaii.
Well,
Wyoming leads 3-0.
This Hawaii team is very resilient. I mean, they're able to kind of get themselves into a situation early and then work out of it.
That one will catch the plate for strike 1. So a 3-1 count here for Ching. Ching settles in. Lights on here at Ogren Park as the sun dips over the western horizon. The smoke-filled western horizon. That pitch will walk the batters, and with 1 out here, Hawaii will have runners at first and second. And that'll bring up number 10, Kale Yoshino. He is the right fielder.
Yoshino struck out earlier in the game, but Casey's kind of pitching a whole different style. I mean, I feel like he kind of just switched things up, which is interesting. Seems like he's laying off a lot more speed-wise, putting more in the zone.
And Carson will come out and have a conference briefly on the mound with Casey. Runners at first and second, and Casey's checking that runner out at second, who's got a 1.5 lead out there. And Yoshino settles in. Casey now checks the runner again, and the pitch is on its way. The runners will go. This one will bounce out. Shortstop into the shoulder, not able to get it, and the runner will advance and get on with loaded bases and 1 out here.
That's the second little glitch we've seen in the fielding tonight for Wyoming. The first one being Ennis falling down out in center field, and then now Andren just can't quite control the ground ball there in a situation where he could have possibly turned 2 if he gets that up fast enough to the second baseman.
Loaded bases, 1 out. JT Naviak in the batter's box, the Hockey Wolf batter's box, and the first pitch to Naviak is a ball. Deep breath in the pitch. Swung on. This was going to go into center field. Center fielder will come up, and Ennis has got it in the glove. That'll be 2 outs. The runners will hold on the bases. Ennis with a cannon from center field. The ball will bounce in to home. That'll bring us to number 9, Jet Uchi.
Well, and you absolutely nailed that there, Chris. That was just an absolute toss. A lot of times in Legion baseball, if it gets hit out to center field, that's almost an automatic tag up for the third base runner. But right there.
Ennis showing off his cannon.
Yeah, not on Ennis's watch. He fielded that and then got that up right quick.
2 outs, loaded bases. Uchi in the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Here's the pitch. Outside for ball 1. Uchi, a left-handed batter, and in the Access Fitness on deck circle is Yamaguchi. Here's the pitch. On the bag, they'll hold the runner. Catcher thought it rolled towards the backstop, and it actually rolled towards the pitcher's mound, but the runners hold on their bases. And we've got some Facebooks in here.
Ooh.
We've got Bridget Carson, Sean Carson's parents, listening in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for the live you could watch our son and team. That's why we do it, Taylor. So that mom and dad can check these games out. It's tough, especially with the turnaround. A lot of teams having their tournament finish out on Sunday and then turning around immediately and heading right back out on the road. And we've got a bunch of new messages in our messenger as well on Facebook. We'll check those in a moment. And that pitch will catch the plate. We'll have strike 1. So a 3-1 count here for Uchi. Loaded bases with 2 outs. He'll step back in. Here's the pitch by Casey. Swung on and missed, and that will make it a full count at 3-2. And Bonnie Jordan listening in from Laramie, Wyoming, rooting for Cheyenne. Curtis Moore, thanks for the coverage, listening in Laramie, Wyoming, to our fellow conference member Cheyenne, and you pronounce it Vite.
Vite.
All righty.
Hey, that's
what we needed. We thank you, Curtis Moore. This was going to be hit out, and they'll have the out at first to end the inning. So Hawaii, they'll load the bases and leave them there, and Wyoming maintains a 3-0 lead. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Mike's Print and Copy is your locally owned print shop. Whether it's custom letterhead or business cards, Mike and his friendly staff understand that your business is important to you and will make sure that your project is handled in a professional and timely manner. Drop into Mike's Print and Copy to have them take care of your printing needs. Stop by 1503 South Russell or give them a call today at 406-728-3363 to have Mike's Print and Copy take care of your printing needs. Mike's Print and Copy is a proud sponsor of high school sports in Missoula and the surrounding community. Advertising on the web can be intimidating. Where do you start? What is the most effective way to reach the audience you are targeting? Milk Crate Media can help you reach your audience, whether it's social media marketing or creating a unique commercial for streaming or radio advertising. Milk Crate Media can help you build a new website or rebuild your existing website that will bring users back again and again. Visit www.mcratemedia.com today. Milk Crate Media is a proud sponsor of prep sports in Missoula and the surrounding valley.
Welcome back to the Missoula Prep Sports Network's coverage of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. Hawaii versus Wyoming right now. And it looks like we've got a new pitcher on the mound. Nope, number 8 still there. And leading off for Wyoming, that'll be the right fielder, Brock Anderson. So catching up on our Facebook messages here. Bonnie Jordan listening from Laramie, Wyoming, rooting for Cheyenne. Bridget Carson. That one's going to be hit to the shortstop. He'll throw it over to first, and that'll be out number 1. Bridget Carson. Sean Carson's parents listening in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for the live streaming so we could watch our son play. I know I did that one earlier. And then we've got one from Hawaii for Honolulu. Number 8's last name is pronounced Matsushita. So we'll correct that. Thank you very much for keep them coming in, folks. At MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter.
I mean, hopefully you don't have to, but if you do, keep them coming in. So speaking of Matsushita, he is a sidewind pitcher, which I was speaking with Mavericks, Missoula Mavericks, who winner of this game will move on to play their pitching coach, Connor Dwyer, as we get the pitch here. And that is going to be in the zone for a strike, 70 miles an hour, right down the pipe. But he said that depending on how you're hitting, for a traditional just regular over-the-shoulder pitch, for the ball to come out of a window as another pitch rolls in. And that one there is going to be low for a ball and round out the count 1-1. But the window you expect the ball to come out of as a batter in the box, if he's right-handed, is on you look at either the right or the left of the hat, right off the brim. There's a little window that you expect the ball to come out of. As pitch 3 comes in now, and that one's gonna be fouled off back towards the dugout on the first base side, now making the count 1-2. But with the sidewinder, Chris, the ball comes out of a window off the hip, right off the belt. So that in itself is a tough adjustment for the batters.
And that is Sean Carson, the first baseman, in the Hockey Wolf batter's box.
Sorry, funny tweet. I'm gonna read that one in just a minute.
Alrighty, I've got a Facebook message here too.
Oh, that's funny.
Here's the pitch, and that one will be fouled off, and that will retire Carson. 2 outs here, and coming to the plate is the designated hitter, RJ Prince. Go ahead, RJ.
Andy just tweeted in here, RJ Prince's sister and her husband, who is Andy, are listening from Laramie, Wyoming. Go Sixers, also great job pronouncing Prince.
Thank you.
We appreciate that one, Andy. That's awesome.
Well, we've got another Sixers fan tweeting in for us on Facebook, Demetrius Schuler, and that one's going to be fouled off by Prince, but watching online from Inola, Oklahoma, and rooting on the Sixers. We appreciate all you guys
it's fun to
giving
hear.
us some love here. We wanted to do this for you fans because we know it's tough to make these games.
That one there going to be taken inside for a ball. 1-1 now the count.
So we've got one of the Wyoming fans in front of us, tradition champions, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. This one will be hit down and retiring the inning. And Wyoming, they won't get anybody on. And it will be Hawaii's portion of the inning. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Some changes in life are too painful to go through alone, and Cunningham Law can help in making difficult decisions from divorce to child custody. Kyle Cunningham focuses solely on family law. Cunningham Law will help you land on your feet when big changes come to your family and life. Visit www.familylawmontana.com or give Kyle a call at 406-203-4678 today. Cunningham Law Services. You don't have to go through this alone. Cunningham Law is a proud sponsor of the Northwest Regional Tournament. Stitches of Missoula is your resource for embroidery and screen printing. Stitches can handle your large-scale projects for your team, special event, or for your organization. With their on-site graphic artists and design support team, Stitches can help you turn your idea into a compelling logo. Give Stitches a call today at 406-529-2632 to speak with their super friendly staff. Stitches is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Stitches, we make you look good.
Welcome back to Oakland Park, Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman for the Missoula Prep Sports Network as we've got continued coverage. All 15 games will be streamed live on the Missoula Prep Sports Network, free of charge to the fans. We wanted to make sure the fans had the opportunity to see their local sports heroes play. And right now, Wyoming leads Hawaii 3-0 on the Stitches scoreboard, and leading off for Hawaii, that would be number 16.
Number 16, Micah Pye.
Micah Pye, and I don't have him on the list here, so we'll just kind of throw him in there.
Yep, he's pinch hitting, it appears.
So Muramura trying to see if he can do something here.
He's
in the bottom of the third. Here's the pitch. That one's on the plate for strike one.
It looks like he's in for left field Yamaguchi here at first glance.
And we've got an email in here from Marcus Bila. Let's go Cheyenne, post 6 Sixers, cheering from Casper, Wyoming.
Pitch here to Pye is going to get fouled off that left line right towards the dugout. That will make the count 1-2 now for Pye.
And we've got CJ back. Aloha, Chris.
Ooh.
Mahalo from the live stream, watching from Mililani, Hawaii. I hope I said that correctly there, CJ.
Pitch there by Casey, just going to be a little bit high, missed the zone. 2-2 now the count. Good eye by Pye to lay off that one. That one going to get shot right down the left field line, but it's going to go foul. Count will stay 2-2. Aloha, Chris. I didn't even get a shout out. That's tough.
There's Micah Pye. I was looking at
That's
the wrong
tough
list
duty.
here.
Oh, wow, Chris.
Here's
wow.
the pitch. Even count at 2. This one will be hit right at the pitcher, bounces over second base, and Pye will get on.
Great shot by Pye there for the single.
And that will take us to number 5. And that is Cade Raposa.
Chris, really quick, I'm going to show you this graphic that was sent in to me by a Cheyenne fan of all the state championships.
Wow.
I'm not a counting guy, but that's a ton.
That's a lot. That's
Wow.
unbelievable. Can you repost that on Twitter for us?
Absolutely, I will retweet that
Let's
right
let our
now.
fans know. Cheyenne, they are a stellar group of baseball players, not to take away from Hawaii or any one of the teams here in the tournament. That one's fouled off down the third baseline by Raposa, and that will be strike one. No outs here, a runner at first, top of the fourth for Hawaii. They're down 3-0. We'll settle in. Runner at first with a one-step lead. Throw to first, diving back in. In time is Pie. Oh, 1 count, no outs. Missoula Osprey Pioneer League baseball team. That one's going to be bunted down as the runner heads from first. The toss to second or first, and that will be out number 1. But the sack bunt laid down, and I'll tell you what, Pie has got some wheels.
He absolutely does. He was at first and second before the pitcher, Ethan Casey, even had his hand on that. But Casey, great job getting off the mound and tracking down that bunt and getting it up to first for an out.
That'll swing us to the top of the batting order for Hawaii as Nakamura steps into the Hockey Wolf batter's box, and that will put Yoshino in the on-deck circle, the Access Fitness on-deck circle. And the pitch. That one will be low and outside for ball 1 on the left-handed batter. 1 out here, top of the 3rd. Hawaii down 3-0 to Wyoming on the Stitches scoreboard with a runner at second. Nakamura settles in to the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Ethan Casey, here's the pitch inside, skins the plate, and it'll be an even count at 1 now.
Thank you for the follow, William. We appreciate that. A lot of new followers. Thanks to everyone.
Casey settles. 2-step lead, and they'll come off the mound, does Casey, with the runner at second, getting him to go back to his bag. And Nakamura settles back in. Pie now with a 2-step lead at second. Here's the pitch. That one's in the dirt. Runner will hold at second, and we've got a 2-1 count now with 1 out.
Hastings able to come up with that really fast to hold the runner. Pie at second. A lot of people would be able to get third base out of that, but Hastings did a great job there.
You know, we've been spoiled the last 2 seasons with the Missoula Mavericks, and Spencer Schock does a phenomenal job behind the plate, but I've been impressed with catcher play through the tournament here as well. I mean, we have some impressive pitchers on the mound, but catchers have done a very great job as well.
Absolutely.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. This one's going to go out into left field and into the glove of the left fielder. Pie gets back just in time. Man, does he have wheels.
What a play out there in left field by Mossy, tracking that down and then having the presence of mind to flip that before, you know, celebrating too much. You're flipping it back to third, trying to before taking up. That was a catch. Pie, excuse me.
That'll bring up the third baseman, Yoshino. So 2 outs here, top of the 4th. Wyoming leads 3-0. Here's the pitch. That one's going to be high for ball 1.
Keep on telling us where you're watching, who you're rooting for. We're enjoying that at MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter, or email us in. You can find that under the contact page at mpsn406.com.
Casey checks Pie at second, 2-step lead. Here's the pitch. This one will be hit straight up in the air down the first baseline. Both the catcher and the first baseman racing for it. The catcher will get it, and that will retire the side. Hawaii, they'll get one, they'll stick him there, and it will be 3-1 on the scoreboard. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome to Access Fitness, where there's no initiation fees and no contracts. You just get results. With the top-of-the-line equipment to help you reach your fitness goals at your convenience, and 5 locations in western Montana cities, no matter where you venture, you can access your fitness home. Access Fitness is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can work out at your schedule. Access Fitness, no initiation fees, no contracts, just results. Access Fitness is a proud sponsor of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament. Feel stuck to your computer when you're cheering on your prep sports hero when you can't make it to the game? Well, now you don't have to. The Missoula Prep Sports Network has the app for all of Missoula high school sports fans.
It doesn't get any better than this. This is the future.
Just search Missoula Prep Sports Network in either the iTunes or Google Play app stores and take the game on the go.
How fantastic is that?
Missoula Prep Sport Network knows that life is busy. You don't have time to sit by the computer. Download the app and take the game with you.
Back into the action here on Missoula Prep Sports Network. Chris Stratton with Taylor Featherman at Ogren Park Allegiance Field. And right now, Wyoming leads Hawaii 3-0 on the Stitches scoreboard. It's Wyoming's inning. On the mound is Shiano Matsushita.
Matsushito.
And coming to, it is a ta on the end.
Matsushita.
Yes,
My
that's what
apologies.
the message said. And that's what I wrote down here. So, leading off for Wyoming, that will be their catcher, Finley Hastings. We've seen him have some good plays from behind the plate. We got a
Absolutely.
Facebook here, and this would be Mallory Mendoza watching from Pearl City, Hawaii.
Ooh. That first pitch going to be outside for ball one. Well, and you talk about how we've seen Hastings doing so well, not only defensively, but offensively. He had that big rip of a double that really kind of got things going for Wyoming in that second inning. So Hastings just having a good all-around game so far.
Here's the pitch to Hastings. This one will be fouled off, and we'll have an even count at 1. And he's tall for a catcher as well. I mean,
Yeah.
those guys to get down inside there. And I noticed he doesn't wear the knee pads. Sometimes behind the knee pads, you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
He doesn't wear those, and for such a tall guy, he's got the flow going.
He does. Good head of hair on that kid.
Nodding at the pitch is Matsushita. Here's the pitch. This one will be down the first base line. They say it stays fair. The first baseman chips it over, and it's out at first. Nice job by the pitcher, Matsushita, to get out there. And that'll take us to Nico Vite. He is the second baseman. He had some good plays yesterday at second against Oregon. One out here. Here's the pitch by Matsushita. Check swing. They say it didn't go, and it'll be a ball. Let us know. We'll send some love out to you on air. We appreciate you sending us the information, and we wanted to make sure we got this game to you guys. That pitch way outside, and that'll make it a 2-0 count here. Bottom of the fourth, Wyoming leads Hawaii 3-0. Winner moves on to play the Mavericks tomorrow night at, here's the pitch. That outside, and the catcher will not be able to get a handle on it, and it's 3-0 very quickly to Vite.
And that one just got away from Liagun. They're lucky there's no base runners on currently for Wyoming. That would have been an easy stolen base.
Vite settles back in. Right-handed batter is Vite. Here's the pitch. That one catches the plate. We've got strike one. Brian Larson, our home plate umpire, calling balls and strikes. He's a local guy, Missoula guy. Retired last year, but just couldn't stay away from it. Here's the pitch. That one will walk the batter. And with one out here, Wyoming will have a runner at first. And that will take us to the third baseman, Brandon Todd.
Retired from his day job or from
Retired
umpiring?
from umpiring.
Oh, well.
He actually, he also refs basketball, and he didn't do that this year as well. And I was at the district tournament in Ronan, Montana for Class B basketball with the Loyola Rams and Breakers, and he was in the courtesy cafeteria for all of the officials and everything, and he was hanging out there, and on the last day he was sitting with all the officials, and I looked at him when I left the room and said, see a baseball season? And he said no, and everybody laughed at him and said, you'll be back out here. So saw him earlier in the year, and he said, Chris, I just couldn't stay off of it. The throw to first, not there. The runner will advance to second. And with one out here, Wyoming looking to build as they've got a runner at second and one out.
Well, we've seen that a couple times, Chris, where pitchers just try and not necessarily, I mean, they attempt to pick off at first base, just pitching out, and that's like the second or third time, not necessarily this game, but the last game especially, where we've seen a ball go over the first baseman's head and end up actually being a stolen base for whoever was on first, in that case being Vitae.
Here's the pitch. Catches the outside of the plate on the right-handed batter of Todd.
And with one out now, Chris, we're almost in take-up zone here where, you know, if Vitae can somehow get to third for it being a full count here, full 2 outs. As that one's way outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Matsushita on the Cunningham Law pitcher's mound. Here's the pitch. That one's going to get away, and the runner's going to advance from second to third now.
And now we are in take-up zone. Just watching Vitae run the bases here, I can tell he's a pretty fast kid. So if this ball gets plastered out into the field and it's not fielded right and gets up quick enough, that might be an easy tag for Vitae over there at third.
And we're going to have a conference on the mound as Mura comes out here. We want to send a shout out to all of the firefighters out there. I know they're probably not listening in because they're battling blazes all over the United States here. Taylor mentioned earlier Montana just blowing up with fires here. We're smoked in. Today is the clearest day it's been in a couple of weeks, maybe even a month.
Pretty close.
But we want to send a shout out to those guys. They are so brave to go in there. We would lose one yesterday. Our hearts and prayers go out to the family that lost their individual yesterday in the fire. We want to thank all those guys working so hard, and crews from all over the United States are crashing in wherever the fires are.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your hard work that you've done for us. As Larson breaks up the party on the mound. Mura taking his stroll back to the dugout. He's got just about the same stroll as Hathaway does. Must be a coach's thing.
It must be.
Here's the pitch. That one will be outside, and we go to a 3-1 count here. Gotta update my game tracker. Now, here's the pitch. On and missed by Todd, and it'll make it a full count at 3-2. Settling in, and the pitch. That one will be fouled over the restrooms down the third base line. He'll stay alive with a full count. One out here, runner at third for Wyoming. They lead 3-0 on the Stitches scoreboard here. Game 8 of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament.
Well, Wyoming threatening here with a runner on third base and a quick guy out there too. Nonetheless, with Vitae.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. It's going to go high and into center field. Center fielder backs up. He's got the catch. The tag at third. The runner comes home. The throw home just a hop shy of making it. And Wyoming takes a 4-0 lead here in the bottom of the fourth. 2 outs.
There's not a lot of players who quite have the just raw speed to make that happen, because out there in center field, Nakamura did an excellent job of getting that ball cleanly off the ground and whipping it right to home plate as fast as he could. But just couldn't beat the speed of Vitae from third to home, excuse me.
That'll swing us to the top of the batting order for Wyoming. Braxton Ennis, the center fielder. Matsushita will nod at the pitch, and it's on its way. It's outside on the left-handed batter for ball 1. 4 runs off of 4 hits for Wyoming. Hawaii's battled. They've got 5 hits, but yet to capitalize. Here's the pitch. That one's going to hop out of the glove of the catcher. He'll catch it, or pick it up at the edge of the halo. Larson says, do you want a new one? And he'll get a new one out there for Matsushita. Two outs. Bottom of the 4th. Ennis steps back in. He's been impressive in the tournament here. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. So a 2-1 count now.
Well, Ennis has already walked once here tonight, so you know he's a player who's very good at watching those pitches roll in.
Patient. Matsushita settles on the Cunningham Law pitcher's mound. Ennis steps out of the box and now back in. In the Access Fitness on deck is Ryan Andrian. Here's the pitch. That one's inside, makes it 3-1 on the count. We'll have action tomorrow. First game at 1. We've already got that one figured out. As I dig through my book here. That one will be Oregon versus Washington. Here's the pitch. Swung on, fouled in the netting, and we'll have a full count at 3-2. The 4 o'clock game, it'll have Idaho and the loser of this game. The 7 o'clock game will have the Mavericks and the winner of this game. We're busting through the bracket here. Still got 3 days of baseball to go. Full count at 3-2, 2 outs. Nobody on. Here's the pitch. That one will be outside, and they'll walk the batter. And that'll take us to the shortstop, Ryan Andrian.
That's the second walk tonight for Ennis. Very good at just keeping an eye on those pitches, and he's not even really, it's not the sense that he's fouling off a lot of strikes. It's more so that there's just a lot of balls being thrown currently
and
by Matsushita.
Andrian will step into the Hockey Wolf batter's box, and that will put Carter Mossy in the Access Fitness on deck circle.
Of Matsushita's 35 pitches thrown so far, 18 of which have been strikes.
Here's the pitch. That's outside. 1-0 count here. No action in either bullpen. Both managers sticking it. Tsushita shakes off, nods to the second, checks the runner at first. Here's the pitch. That one will be inside, and we'll go to a 2-0 count here. And look at Matsushita's pitching stats here as we are 4 innings in. I try to catch up with the pitching stats every 3 innings. But Matsushita, he's got 1 run off of 1 hit in the 2 innings he's pitched. That run is earned. Walked 2 batters, struck out 1. 35 pitches, 18 of those have been strikes. That one will be a ball, and we'll go to a 3-0 count here, and that will prompt the catcher, Leagone, to come on out in conference with Matsushita. He'll have a little tap on the shoulder and head back to Leagone. 3-0 count now. Runner at first, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate for strike 1.
I'm really just mesmerized. I mean, the Sidewinder approach, it's just so intriguing to watch, I think.
Yeah, it's a beautiful pitch to watch. And I remember the first time, I don't remember who the player was. Here's the pitch. That one will walk the batter. So with runners at first and second, that'll bring up the left fielder, Carter Mossy.
Number 22, Carter Mossy.
He'll settle into the Hockey Wolf batter's box.
The only issue with the Sidewinder approach is if your control isn't, if you're not able to locate your pitches very well. I mean, there is a lot to it that you're slinging it so far around your body that it moves very quickly. And in Matsushida's case, left, as that one's going to get in the zone for a strike, get things started off here with an 0-1 count against Mossy. But it's just, I don't know, it's just so mesmerizing to watch.
And we've got another email sent in here. We'll get that in just a moment. Runners at first and second, 2 outs. This ball is going to go off the toe of the catcher. Runners will advance to second and third. And we'll have a even count at 1 here from Mossy. We've got an email here from Michael Pye. Thanks, guys. Listening from the operating room of Kapiolani Hospital in Honolulu. You're making my call go faster.
Well, I hope you're not operating on someone. But either way, I trust you.
I want to thank everybody for following us on YouTube. There's been a bunch of followers on YouTube, and I apologize for not acknowledging that, but we appreciate you guys following us on YouTube. That pitch will catch the plate, and it'll be a 1-2 count here for Mossy. Runners at second and third with 2 outs. Hawaii trying to get out of this inning. We'd start late here, 8 o'clock, an hour behind, because of the Maverick game before this one with Washington, Montana and Washington, and 21-14 was the final of that one in favor of Montana. And Matsushita will step off the mound.
It really speaks to the game that Wyoming, with only 4 hits, has 4 runs on the board, when in comparison, Hawaii, with 5 hits, has no runs on the board. I mean, there's been a lot of walks so far for this Wyoming team, a lot of bases and a lot of, I would just say, fielding errors that have allowed people to get extra bases, as that one's going to sneak in right off of the edge of the zone there and level the count out at 2-2 by Matsushita pitching to Mossy. But there's been a lot of walks so far tonight for Wyoming.
Mossy will settle back in. Even count at 2 with 2 outs. 4-0 Wyoming on the Stitches scoreboard. Here's the pitch. This one will be fouled down the third baseline. The first baseline. First base coach has got to dance out of the way. It'll knock off the wall and come in about 5 feet in play.
Just based off my poorly kept stats here, overall for Hawaii, there's been 5 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and that's a base runner. That's
and that's not a stat that we really have out there, but it's a telling stat. Lights on here at Ogren Park, Allegiance Field, home of the Missoula Osprey Pioneer League team. They've been a great host for the tournament here. Matt Ellis and the Ellis family. Matt Ellis, Bill Dahlgren, that'll be swung on and missed, and Matsushita will finish out the inning with a K. We'll go to the top of the 5th. Wyoming leads 4-0. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome to Access Fitness, where there's no initiation fees and no contracts. You just get results. With the top-of-the-line equipment to help you reach your fitness goals at your convenience, and 5 locations in western Montana cities, no matter where you venture, you can access your fitness home. Access Fitness is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can work out at your schedule. Access Fitness, no initiation fees, no contracts, just results. Access Fitness is a proud sponsor of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament.
Do you have a sweet video of your sports athlete? Did you experience a sports-altering moment or something at a sporting event that wowed the crowd? Go to our homepage at www.mpsn406.com and click on the Contact Us tab at the bottom of the homepage. Email us your video. We'll choose a new one every Monday, and yours just might go viral.
Visit us today at MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter. MPSN.com, Missoula's home for Prep Sports heroes.
Welcome back to Missoula, Montana. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman at Ogren Park Allegiance Field as we are in Game 8 of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. Hawaii versus Wyoming, and Wyoming leading 4-0 on the Stitches scoreboard. It is the top of the 5th inning, and leading off is the catcher, number 17, Kyle Now I thought about it.
Layugan.
4-0 on the board in favor of Wyoming. That one will be fouled off for strike one. Keep sending us your tweets and Facebook messages, or getting at us on Facebook at MPSN 406, both Facebook and Twitter.
That's a good call. Casey tonight, the pitcher here for Wyoming, 4 innings of work, 5 hits allowed as the pitch is in there, and that's going to be a ball, evening out the count at 1-1. 5 hits allowed in those 4 innings, no runs allowed, 2 strikeouts, and 70 pitches so far, 71 after that one, which was a strike right down the pipe to Layugan.
Casey doing a great job on the mound for Wyoming. Here's the pitch. That one's going to go on the dirt. Evens the count out at 2. At the moment, pitching a shutout. Gorgeous night here in Missoula. You can actually see the stars in the sky since the smoke has moved off. And Layugan will strike out, and that'll take us to the first baseman, Ching.
Ching tonight with a single and a walk, having a very efficient night up at the plate.
And that will move Yoshino into the Access Fitness on deck circle. That pitch skins the plate. 1-0 count. Here's the pitch by Casey. Swung on and miss. Evens the count out at 1. And we got Maverick fans trying to clean stuff up here. And somebody left their book behind. Here's the pitch. It'll be wide, and we've got a, well, scoreboard operator says 3-0. Game tracker says even at 1. And that one will catch the plate.
Well, the one that matters here is the umpire, and he says it is 2-2.
Even at 2, that's right. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and there's a K for Casey.
Back to back.
That'll bring us to the right fielder, Kale Yoshina, and Naviak will go to the on-deck circle, the Access Fitness on-deck circle. So Yoshino settles in. First pitch is a ball. Wyoming leads 4-0 here, top of the 5th inning. 2 outs for Hawaii. Here's the pitch. Swung on. This one's going to go high and deep. It's back there. The center fielder has got it in the glove, and that will retire the inning. Hawaii, they would go 3 up, 3 down. We'll have the bottom of the 5th in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
For over 30 years, Garden of Eden has passionately pursued to aid Missoula's area churches in their mission to evangelize the surrounding areas. Garden of Eden has a large stock of books, gifts, music, toys, and more. Stop in to visit their full-service coffee bar and luscious homemade fudge. Shop their online store and get free shipping on orders of $69 or more. Visit them at www.shopgardenofreden.com or stop by their store at 2621 Brooks. Garden of Eden is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports and the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Advertising on the web can be intimidating. Where do you start? What is the most effective way to reach the audience you are targeting? Milk Crate Media can help you reach your audience, whether it's social media marketing or creating a unique commercial for streaming or radio advertising. Milk Crate Media can help you build a new website or rebuild your existing website that will bring users back again and again. Visit www.mcratemedia.com today. Milk Crate Media is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports in Missoula and the surrounding valley.
Welcome back to Ogren Park, Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman for the Missoula Prep Sports Network. And Wyoming leads Hawaii here in the bottom of the fifth. 4-0. Got a message here from Becky Carson, watching from Phoenix, Arizona. Go Sixers, kill 'em Carson.
Ooh, kill him, Carson.
And we've got Elizabeth Hastings. Hello, this is Finley Hastings' family. We are watching and thank you. Yes, he is tall for a catcher, and he is not cutting his hair to keep that flow until the season is over.
I wouldn't cut the hair. It's a good head of hair.
Thank you for allowing us to experience this game on our TV as we couldn't make it. So they were streaming the game in on their TV.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, Elizabeth Hastings, for letting us know.
I wouldn't cut the hair either.
I wouldn't either. You know, my son Andrew played lacrosse the last 2 years, and he every year in December lets his hair. Last time he cuts his hair is December, and he doesn't cut it off till the end of lacrosse season.
Well, everyone's got a cause. As Matsushida's first pitch is going to be outside for a ball here to Anderson.
Brock Anderson, the right fielder. This one will be hit down the line to the third baseman, picked up. The throw to first is there, and that will be out number 1.
I just love that. I mean, parents are emailing in. That's a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun. We really appreciate you guys letting us know.
Absolutely. I mean, to hear a mother's opinion on her son's hair,
that's awesome.
That says a lot. I mean, I for one summer tried to grow a mullet, and my mom, her email would have been so much meaner than that.
That brings Sean Carson to the plate.
I think that's fun.
Matsushita with the pitch. This one will be popped straight up in the air down the third base line. Third baseman says he's got it. He'll catch it right at the fringe. That'll be out number 2.
Number 1, R.J. Prince.
And this year, my son Andrew, he would actually try to grow a beard out. The best he did at 17 was a mustache and a little peach fuzz on his cheeks, but trying to grow out everything there.
Some of us can't even grow a mustache, so.
Well, he's a little jealous as the designated hitter, R.J. Prince, comes to the plate.
Which we're pronouncing right.
He saw pictures of me in my freshman year, and I had a full-on beard as a freshman. But the downfall, I had a receding hairline. Here's the pitch.
I think that's
going to be a ball.
I think that's a real thing I've heard that from my sister-in-law, who's a naturopath doctor, that the more facial hair you have on your face is the thinner you are up top. Generally speaking.
Generally speaking.
I'm sure there's exceptions to that.
I think my hair was just away from my face and it grew in there. Here's the pitch.
Can't blame it.
2-0. Well, I always say I've got a face for radio. That's why on these streams you never see me.
Sure, that's why we don't have a 2-camera switch here.
For tuning in, we appreciate it. Most importantly, out on the field do. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the outside of the plate for strike 1. So Matsushita climbing back into the count here at 2-1 with 2 outs.
Well, this is a good clean inning here for Matsushita. 2 up, 2 down so far, and he's working on a third.
Here's the pitch. Swung at, hit right at Matsushita. It'll bounce up in the air. He'll get the catch. No, he will not. And the runner will get on. Wow, that one blasted right at Matsushita. Great reflexes to keep that from hitting him in the gut. And it would shoot straight up in the air, and he wouldn't be able to wrangle it in.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way that launched 90 degrees directly up in the air, I'd say about 20 feet straight up. That was kind of crazy.
And the third base umpire, Eric Holden, would actually come to the pitcher's mound to check the ball for Matsushita. It was okay as he tossed it back to him. That'll bring up the catcher, Finley Hastings. So Mama Hastings sending a shout out.
So far, Hastings tonight with a tower double out to right field. and then a ground out, but that double was quite the shot.
2 outs here, runner at first. That one's going to skin the plate for strike 1. Now, Hastings played very well yesterday as well.
Yeah, I have those numbers.
I have those numbers, he says.
Yeah, he was 1 for 4, and he scored a run and had 2 RBIs with that one shot he hit, so that's saying something.
Here's the pitch. That one's going to skin the plate for strike 2. So Matsushita.
Kind of getting a rhythm here.
Maybe something was knocked loose or knocked tightened in for Matsushita as he took that last bat. In the on deck, Nico Vite for Wyoming. The Access Fitness on deck circle.
Wheels, Nico Vite.
Here's the pitch. This one will be hit out into right field, picked up on the hop, throw to second. Wow. The right fielder, Yoshino, with a cannon from right field.
Yeah, and he fielded that really cleanly. It came up off the bounce, and he didn't even put it into his glove. Right off the bounce, he snagged it with his hand and then just launched that thing.
That'll bring up the second baseman, Nico Vite.
Wheels. I'm calling him Wheels.
Hey, the shoe fits.
I mean, the way he went first to third and then home on a tag last time up. On the walk, too. That kid's quick.
Here's the pitch. This one will be fouled off into the concrete barrier. Strike 1. 2 outs here. Runners at first and second for Wyoming. They lead 4-0 on the Stitches scoreboard. Bottom of the 5th.
Once again, folks, keep them rolling in on where you're watching from. We're having a lot of fun with that. At MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter, or go to our website, mpsn406.com, and hit the contact bar.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. Beautiful night here in Missoula, Montana. I know the camera doesn't show it very well, but we've got a gorgeous night here. Clear skies. As the smoke is kind of pushed out with the breeze that the winds that we've had. That's not good for the fires.
If you've never been, I'd recommend visiting.
Here's the pitch. This one will be hit over the head of the second baseman. And getting there is Yoshino to retire the inning. What a diving catch out in right field to get the out. Wow. That retires the side. We'll have the top of the 6th in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is Missoula's one-stop shop for all your hockey and lacrosse needs.
Check this out.
It may be warm outside, but you can still take care of your hockey fix in their 1/3 sized indoor rink.
Really? Wow, crazy.
Stop into 1010 North Avenue West and see what they have in store for your hockey needs. Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is a proud sponsor of high school sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. The Missoula Prep Sports Network is Missoula's home for local sports. MPSN406.com has the news on Missoula and surrounding communities' sports heroes. Our mission is to make our local sports heroes feel just like sports heroes. Visit us today at www.mpsn406.com. Follow us on Twitter at MPSN406, 406.com, Missoula's home for its prep sports heroes.
Welcome back to Missoula, Montana. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman at Ogren Park, Allegiance Field, home of the Missoula Osprey Pioneer League team. And right now, Wyoming leads Hawaii at the top of the 6th, 4-0. Game 8 of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament. We want to thank all the fans for tuning in and cheering on these young men. That's what it's all about. That's why we brought this to you guys at no charge. We know with a turnaround, especially with a tournament like this, a lot of parents weren't able to make it, and so we wanted to do it free of charge. We'd love to hear from you. Had lots of good tweets and Facebook messages as well as emails. Taylor, what is that handle on social media?
At MPSN406, Facebook and Twitter, or jump to the website, MPSN406.com. Hit the contact. Now, Chris, I want to go back on something I said a minute ago. Before we went to break, I said I recommend visiting Missoula, Montana. But I mean visit, because I think it's an unspoken rule amongst Montana residents that you're not allowed to invite new people into the state. So I mean visit very literally.
Top of the 6th, leadoff batter is Naviak for Hawaii. He'll lay the bunt down. It's going to be a nice one right in front of the plate, and he'll get on base. He's got some wheels. And Hawaii digging in here to lead off here in the 6th. And that gets Yuchi excited as he jumps down the first base line to get to the plate.
Number 9, Jet. Yuichi.
4-0 here. Top of the 6th. They'll throw to first. And Bozeman, they have stuck with Ethan Casey. He has stood tall on the mound here. He has pitched a shutout. Hawaii's got 6 hits on the board, but a goose egg under the runs. Here's the pitch. Runner will go. Swung on and missed. They'll throw to second. It'll hop and not be able to hold on to it as the shortstop. And the runner will get the base. No outs here. Runner at second for Hawaii. They want to erase that goose egg off the scoreboard.
Well, I was going to say, not for lack of offense. Hawaii's been actually playing pretty good offensively. It's just really, I mean, just Wyoming has just been really having things fall their way so far, both offensively and defensively.
And we've got scouts in the building, not just for professional teams, but
also
we just had
college.
the MSU Billings baseball coach walk by. This one's bunted, laid down. This was going to be thrown to first, the out, but movement to third, and now Hawaii 90 feet away from a run with 1 out here.
As far as professional scouts in the building, I read the list prior to this game, and we have the Dodgers of Los Angeles, or the Doyers as it's known, and then also the Angels of Anaheim, or Los Angeles, because it's Los Angeles. So a couple LA teams scouting it out, and I imagine that'll just get greater as the weekend gets closer. And
that one will be outside for Pye. Micah Pye, he would come in the last at-bat for replacing Yamaguchi.
well, and he's fast, very quick.
The third baseman is ready for the bunt. He's creeping in on it. The last 2 batters have been bunters. Have bunted, I should say.
Pye's first at bat since he came in relief of Yamaguchi was a single, and this here is just his second. And actually, that last one was Pye's first at bat of the tournament so far, and he's going to rip this one out to center field, trying to get back for it, and indeed they do, but that's going to tag up the runner for Honolulu from third, and they will hit the board, breaking the drought. Honolulu now trailing Hawaii 4-1, and that was Naviak who just got drove home by the RBI fly from Micah Pye.
And we've got a new one here from Facebook. Alex Carson. So Pappy TNT watching from Phoenix, Arizona. Shout out to Sean Carson. Go Pappy TNT.
Must be inside jokes we're not getting. We appreciate the watch.
That pitch will be a ball. Carson, we'll take a look at his pitch count here in a moment. He's stood tall through the 6 innings. There's been a couple of innings where he has gotten in some holes.
Now Raposo up to bat here.
88 pitches, 50 of them have been strikes. 1 run off of 6 hits. That run earned.
Casey's second pitch coming in now, and that one's going to be a ball as well. I'm sorry, third pitch for a ball. Count now 3-0 to Raposo. 2 outs here for Honolulu. And yeah, Chris, like you said, Casey just got his first earned run up on the board here in the 6th inning.
Here's the pitch. That one will slide by, and he'll walk the batter. So with 2 outs here, Hawaii will put a runner at first. We'll swing to the top of the batting order for Mid-Pacific, and that will take us to the center fielder, Nakamura.
And Ty Lane's going to step out of that dugout on the left and come out and have a conference with his pitcher, Casey.
3 more games tomorrow, folks, as we've got a 1 o'clock game already decided between Oregon and Washington. 4 o'clock game has Idaho, they'll wait for the loser of this game, and the 7 o'clock game has the Mavericks waiting for the winner of this one. Mavericks with a very impressive win over Washington.
How many runs did they score in that one? Out of
It was
curiosity?
21-14.
21. Wow.
Yeah, folks, that is not a football score. That is the baseball score.
Well, and funny enough, tonight was the first NFL preseason game, Cowboys versus Cardinals, and the score was 20-18. So the Mavs actually scored more points than the Cowboys did tonight.
That's always good.
That's
And we've got action in the Mike's Print and Copy bullpen for Wyoming. Mike's Print and Copy, high quality copies and digital printing. And we've got number 7 warming up down there. That's Braden Morris. Runner at first, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Outside, makes it 1-0 on the count for Nakamura. In the Access Fitness on deck is Yoshino.
Tonight, Nakamura led things off with a single, and then since then has struck out and popped out. But Nakamura, 2 for 4 yesterday. He's a good player at the plate.
Swung on and missed, and that will be strike 1. Evens the count out. 2 outs here. Runner at first for Hawaii. They would get on the board here in this inning. It is 4-1. We knew this was going to be a knockdown drag-out, and that's exactly what it's been.
Well, and I really do think Hawaii can sneak back into this. I mean, their offense is very consistent, as Casey's pitch is going to miss the corner of the plate there and now bring the count to 2 balls, 1 strike with 2 outs here. Nakamura not swinging at anything here unless it's in the zone. I appreciate that. Very consistent so far as Casey sets to deliver here on his pitch and down the strike.
That'll be in the dirt, make it 3-1. And that's going to send the first baseman over. Carson trying to rein Casey in as they've got a man warming up. Braden Morris. Hopefully they can get out of this inning with Casey.
I imagine there'll be, I mean, there's 2 outs, runner on first.
Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate, and it'll be a full count. Nakamura thought he had the free base. And now he settles back in. And we've got some beeping going on. Not quite sure what that's from. I always check the electronics when I hear beeping. Runner's going to go, and they'll strike out the batter to end the inning. So Wyoming will crawl into it here, earn their first run, making it 4-1 Wyoming. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Mike's Print and Copy is your locally owned print shop. Whether it's custom business cards, Mike and his friendly staff understand that your business is important to you and will make sure that you're in a professional manner. To have them stop by 50 South Route or give them a call today at 406-728-3363 to have Mike's Print and Copy take care of your printing needs. Mike's Print and Copy is a proud sponsor of High Missoula and the surrounding community. Wondering what this week's fishing conditions are like in western Montana? The Missoula Prep Sports Network has you covered. Stop by our website, www.mpsn406.com weekly to get the I Fly Fish Montana fishing alert. David Dietrich and the crew at I Fly Fish Montana have you covered when it comes to all things fly fishing. Visit iflyfishmontana.com to get the latest reviews on fly shop, river conditions, and more. Follow I Fly Fish Montana on Instagram to relive their fishing experiences. I Fly Fish Montana is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome back to Missoula Prep Sports Network's coverage of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. Hawaii down to Wyoming, 4-1, bottom of the 6th. Got a new one in here from Andrea Hickson. Go Sixers, watching from Cheyenne, and many thanks to streaming for us in Wyoming. Go B.
Hey, we appreciate it, and you know what? We appreciate your guys' support continuously through the night. It kind of makes this all worthwhile for us. And we're glad that we can do it at no cost because as parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, friends, whatever, brothers, sisters, we understand how important it is. And, you know, at the drop of a hat, not a lot of people are going to be able to just get, you know, a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday off of work and come up to little old Podunk, Missoula, Montana. watch a baseball tournament. So we're glad we can provide such a service as we get back underway here.
Leadoff batter for Wyoming. That would be the third baseman, Brandon Todd.
Single and a pop out on the night for Todd.
Here's the pitch. That one's going to beam Todd right in the backside, and he'll get the free base. Matsushita.
Number 8, Braxton Ennis.
Looking at Matsushita's stats here. He's 60 pitches in. 33 of those have been strikes. He's allowed 1 run off of 3 hits. That run has been earned. Walked 3, struck out 2. Has hit 1. Hawaii, each pitcher has hit a batter. I think we've got 2 here for Matsushita, as he just hit the batter. He's at first with a 1-step lead. Bunt fouled off back behind, and Ennis not happy with the way he went. I think he was going for a check swing and it just happened to catch the bat. But regardless, Braxton Ennis with an 0-1 count here.
Ennis with 2 walks on the night here. He's very consistent up at that plate.
Matsushita with the pitch. No, he'll gun it over to first, and the runner will dive back into the bag. Safe. 0-1 count here for Ennis. (2017) American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. We'll have it here again next year. Mavericks get to host it 17 and 18. This one will be fouled off. It'll hop up over the top of the netting, and it'll be a strike. 0-2 count.
I didn't know that. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's very exciting for Missoula in general to have these teams come in. And I know Missoula, they're always wanting to showcase their town, and having the game down here at Ogren Park in downtown Missoula, what a better way to showcase.
Right on the river, right near downtown. Yeah, can't beat it.
Matsushita with the pitch. That one's going to be across the plate. He'll strike out the batter for out number 1.
Rung him up as we see Brian Larson stand up and tear that phone book.
That'll take us to the shortstop, Ryan Andrew. Let us know where you're at, who you're rooting for, folks, at MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter. And also, send us an email. Just hit the contact button on our website, mpsn406.com. The throw to first. Runner dives back in, safe. 1 out here. 1 on for Wyoming. They lead 4-1. Bottom of the 6th. And Matsushita waiting for the pitch. He'll get it now. Checks the runner at first. And the pitch is on its way. That one will be outside, ball 1. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. And a shout out to Paul Yarbrough. He's listening in here in Missoula.
Oh, well, hey. I appreciate that, Paul.
He is the voice of the Missoula Mavericks. Our PA announcer at Lindbergh Craigfield is. We've got action going on in the bullpen once again for Wyoming. Back out there warming up. That's number 8, Braxton Ennis.
And Paul, pretty much all-around baseball expert in most facets of it.
You know, he's done a lot. He's been behind the plate. The runner will go. The throw to second is high, and it goes over and rolls out into center field. The runner will advance down to the third base line, and he'll be safe. And just like that, with 1 out, Wyoming with the threat.
Boy, Chris, we end up talking about so many different players being fast, but right there, Todd showing off the wheels, going from first to third on a ball that just got airmailed over the second baseman. And the second baseman's upset out there.
Mura is coming out to converse with Brian Larson, the umpire. He didn't like what he saw out there. He thought the tag at third had the player out. So he's pleading his case. I got to meet Muramura at the banquet the other night. Such a mild-mannered man.
Absolutely.
And him and Larson having a conversation down there. Both of them very animated, using their hands.
Say people who talk with their hands are smarter.
And
Couple of smart
Larson,
men.
with a pat on the back, and Muramura strolls back to the dugout. 1 out here, bottom of the 6th. Wyoming leads 4-1 on the Stitches scoreboard. Hawaii would get into it here at the top of the 6th. Atsushita with a deep breath. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and that will strike out the batter for out number 2. Back-to-back strikeouts for Matsushita.
Matsushita.
That'll bring us to the left fielder, Carter Mossy. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're
there.
all good. Matsushita coming out of the gates early on in the game was struggling with the placement of the ball. A lot of balls early, but able to start to locate that, and he's getting in a rhythm here, and that means trouble for these Wyoming boys, as the first pitch is going to be popped up out towards second base. The first baseman waves him off. He's got it at first, and that's a pop out.
That will retire the side. 1 left on. It stays 4-1 on the Stitches scoreboard. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Stitches of Missoula is your resource for embroidery and screen printing. Stitches can handle your large-scale projects for your team, special event, or for your organization. With their on-site graphic artists and design support team, Stitches can help you turn your idea into a compelling logo. Give Stitches a call today at 406-529-2632 to speak with their super friendly staff. Stitches is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Stitches, we make you look good.
Feel stuck to your computer when you're cheering on your Prep Sports hero when you can't make it to the game? Well, now you don't have to. The Missoula Prep Sports Network has the app for all of Missoula high school sports fans.
It doesn't get any better than this. This is the future.
Just search Missoula Prep Sports Network in either the iTunes or Google Play app stores and take the game on the go.
How fantastic is that?
Missoula Prep Sport Network knows that life is busy. You don't have time to sit by the computer. Download the app and take the game with you.
Welcome back to Ogren Park, Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman. It's top of the 7th inning here, and Hawaii down to Wyoming 4-1. It is Hawaii's half of the inning. Throw to second to indicate the start of the inning, and that will bring up the third baseman, Yoshino.
Well, and Jacob Yoshino tonight has had a fly out, a single, and a pop out, but last night Yoshino was about the definition of the word on fire. 3 for 4 with a run scored and an RBI, as we see him set at the plate here.
Here's the pitch by Kate. This is going to be hit right shortstop. He'll get it on the bounce in the dirt, the throw to first, and it's there in time for out number 1. And Braden Morris back out warming up for the
Well, Casey now up to 99 pitches through 6 innings here. Only 1 earned run and 1 run allowed with 6 hits. I mean, Casey's pitching a really good game so far.
And that'll bring up the catcher, Kyle Lyogon. He'll settle in. First pitch is a strike. 1 out here, top of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Swung on. This one will be bounced down the third base line and into the bullpen for Wyoming. It'll be an 0-2 count here. Let us know you're watching and where you're watching from, who you're rooting for at MPSN 406 on Facebook and Twitter. If you don't have social media, well, go ahead and get at us on our website, mpsn406.com, and send us an email through the Contact Us page. Here's the pitch. That one will be high, and we'll have a 1-2 count here now for the catcher. 6 hits on the board for Hawaii, 1 run. You know, the Billings game the other night with the Mavericks, this one's going to be hit down the third base line, and it's going to bounce right into the bullpen, over the fence, and up on the grass where the young men are playing out there in the grass. But the Mavericks the other night in Billings against the Royals, they would have an odd night as they would have almost triple the amount of hits as they did runs. I think they had like 13 hits off 2 runs. Maybe it was 15 hits off of 2 runs, something like that. I mean, it was unbelievable. Here's the pitch. This one will be hit high and deep into right field. Right fielder will backpedal, and he's got it in the glove, and that will be out number 2. That'll bring us to
Number 19, Cameron Ching.
the first baseman, Ching. So Ching, he'll settle in, and that will put Yoshino in the on deck. Here's the pitch, swung on, bounced down the third base line, foul for strike number 1. 2 outs here, top of the 7th. Wyoming leads Hawaii 4-1.
Ching tonight with both a walk and a single. Having a pretty good night up at the plate.
Winner plays at 7, loser plays at 4. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate for strike 1. Or strike 2, 0-2 on the count. You know, we got a tweet earlier, and I know you saw it. Or maybe it was an email, but the Alaska team, here's the pitch. This one will be fouled off over the dugout on the first baseline. We had one come in here from an Alaskan fan that said, "We don't lose, we learn," and that's such a great way to take a look at that. Maybe that was an email that I got.
That is a terrific line, absolutely.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That one's fouled just about the same line as the last one went on. And Ching battles away here at an 0-2 count. Hawaii trying to get back into this one. Here's the pitch. Swung on. This one will be a short hopper over the netting on the first base line. Go ahead.
Ching's putting some work in over here on this right field line. Someone must have upset him over there. Fouling a lot of balls that direction.
Here's the pitch by Casey. That one will be fouled off. He'll stay alive. Bounces back into the catcher. 0-2 count, 2 outs, nobody on. Top of 7. Wyoming in charge, 4-1. Winner plays at 7, loser at 4. This one will be hit out over the second baseman's head. It'll bounce out into right field, picked up on the hop, and that will put a runner on here with 2 outs. That'll take us to the right fielder, Kale Yoshino. And that will put Naviak in the Access Fitness on deck circle.
Wasn't that bat there for Ching? Just kept fouling him off until he got the pitch he wanted. And then finally one right down the pipe, and he sends it right over the second baseman's head into right field.
You know, I don't think people realize that aren't, big baseball fans. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate for strike 1. How much patience is involved at the plate?
Absolutely.
Out of all the sports, I think, well, outside golf, but baseball, you've got to have patience. This one's going to be down the first line. It's going to hug the line. That'll bring the runner around from first. He'll run second and hold. And Yoshino gets on with a single. That'll take us to JT Naviak, the shortstop.
Hawaii with some signs of life here tonight. Now with runners in the corners, down 3 runs as Naviak makes his way up. And tonight he's already got a single to his record.
2 outs here. Top of 7. Hawaii with the threat at third. 90 feet away from a second score. Runner at first. Here's the pitch by Casey. Swung on. This one's going to go down the line, third baseline, and it will stay fair. It'll hop down the opposite way. The runner will score. It rolls all the way to the wall. Here comes the runner around from second. He'll come home to third, and sliding in is Naviak. And just like that, Hawaii climbs in at 4-3.
Naviak with a ginormous triple right there.
Muramura coming down the third base line. I think he wants to have a conversation with his next batter, Yushi. No, actually, he's coming and having a conversation with the umpire. Now he will speak with... Oh, they're going to switch out batters here. So, Jet Yushi He'll be done. Let's see who they bring out of the dugout here with a runner at third and 2 outs. Muramura wanting to see if he can tie this one up. The batter taking a moment there in the dugout to come out.
They're just getting the gloves on.
And that's not him. That's Micah Pye.
I think it's that young man there just working on getting those gloves on. Getting ready to roll here.
Oh, that's, yes. That's number 8. That would be...
That's our pitcher.
Shion Hatsushita. And they're going to go ahead and switch out pitchers. Wyoming. Casey will be done. We'll step aside for 60 seconds. When we come back, Taylor will have Casey's pitching information as the new pitcher is warming up. Back in 60 seconds. 4-3 on the Stitches scoreboard. We'll be back.
I sure will.
Some changes in life are too painful to go through alone, and Cunningham Law can help in making difficult decisions from divorce to child custody. Kyle Cunningham focuses solely on family law. Cunningham Law will help you land on your feet when big changes come to your family and life. Visit www.familylawmontana.com or give Kyle a call at 406-203-4678 today. Cunningham Law Services. You don't have to go through this alone. Cunningham Law is a proud sponsor of the Northwest Regional Tournament. The Missoula Prep Sports Network is Missoula's home for local sports. MPSN406.com has the news on Missoula and surrounding communities' sports heroes. Our mission is to make our local sports heroes feel just like sports heroes. Visit us today at www.mpsn406.com. Follow us on Twitter at MPSN406. MPSN406.com, Missoula's home for its prep sports heroes.
Welcome back to the Missoula Prep Sports Network's coverage of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. Hawaii and Wyoming battling it out right now, and Hawaii getting back into it here. They would earn 2 runs here in the top of the 7th to make it 4-3. We've got a new pitcher on the mound. That would be Braden Morris. He's warming up, and a new batter, Ethan Casey. What did he have for stats here?
Ethan Casey in 6 2/3 innings, 9 hits allowed, 3 runs, all 3 were earned, 5 strikeouts in 114 pitches. And honestly, until just that last minute there, when things got a little dicey on that last at bat, a very, very good job by Casey up until then.
And that'll bring up the pitcher, Cheyenne Matsushita. So, fresh batter, a fresh pitcher with 2 outs here and a runner at third. It is 4-3 Wyoming. Here's the pitch. That one will be high for a ball. We've got a Facebook message here from Diana Mendoza. Shout out to Gabby Golamgam and the mid-pack team from Honolulu, Hawaii.
Second going to come in, Morris ball. Morris still working on finding his rhythm here, but only 2 pitches in. It's early for the guy.
And with a 2-0 count, here's the pitch. Swung on. That'll go foul into the grassy area. Almost lands on the kids out there. We've got a email here from Baden Jordan, listening from Laramie, Wyoming. Laramie played against the Sixers last week, and I play with Cheyenne in the fall league. I play for the Legion Rangers here in Laramie. Also, my best friend is Dylan Chalmers.
Oh.
He moved from Laramie to Missoula last year.
Yeah.
Great pitcher, Dylan. Thanks a lot there, Baden Jordan.
Yeah, Dylan started the game just right before this for the Missoula Mavericks and did a bang-up job.
And another one here, an email from Logan Anderson, as that pitch is a ball. 3-1 on the count here for Matsushita. And this one is from Logan Anderson, listening from Fresno, California. Go Post 6. This one will be fouled down the first baseline. Matsushita will make it a full count at 3-2 with 2 outs.
Matsushita doing a good job stepping into the batter's box here for his first time tonight. Staying patient, fouling a lot of pitches off, taking balls. He just Nice and patient. Here comes the pitch for Morris, and that one's going to be fouled off once again towards the Wyoming dugout there on the third base line. And the count will stay full, 3-2, as Matsushita will step back in the Hockey Wolf Lacrosse Wolf box.
So Hawaii trying to battle in. They've got a runner at third. He's 90 feet away from a score to tie it up. This one's down the first base line into the gut of the first baseman. Tag on the bag, and that will retire the inning. So Hawaii gets back into it here. Makes it interesting. 4-3 on the Stitches scoreboard. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome to Access Fitness, where there's no initiation fees and no contracts. You just get results. With the top-of-the-line equipment to help you reach your fitness goals at your convenience, and 5 locations in western Montana cities, no matter where you venture, you can access your fitness home. Access Fitness is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can work out at your schedule. Access Fitness, no initiation fees, no contracts, just results. Access Fitness is a proud sponsor of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament. David Dietrich and the crew at iFlyFish Montana have you covered when it comes to all things fly fishing. Whether it's the scoop on the newest gear or images of the crew in their latest honey hole, iFlyFish Montana is your resource for angling in western Montana. David has immersed himself into the angler's culture in Montana to help you have the best fishing experience possible. Visit iFlyFishMontana.com to get the latest reviews on fly shops, river conditions, and more. iFlyFish Montana is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome back to Ogren Park Legion's Field. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman for the Missoula Prep Sports Network as we're in the 7th inning stretch, and literally Taylor and I are stretching. I hope you're standing and stretching it out at home or wherever you are listening to the game. Bottom of the 7th inning, and Hawaii making it interesting as they would come back, making it 4-3 on the Stitches scoreboard. With 2 outs, they would earn 2 runs.
Yeah, that's a big inning for Hawaii there, Chris, because it puts them right back in this game. And as you know, and as all the fans at home know, 1 run, that's 1 swing away at any moment. So that really puts us in an exciting position here for the bottom of the 7th and onward to the 8th and 9th.
Leading off is the right fielder for Wyoming, Brock Anderson.
Brock tonight has had just 3 straight ground outs. Kind of struggling so far, but like I said, just 1 swing's all he needs.
Cheyenne Matsushita on the mound. Here's the pitch. Swung on. Foul. Right back into the first baseman, Sean Carson, who's on deck in the Access Fitness on deck circle. The winner will play the Montana team, Missoula, tomorrow at 7. The loser will play Idaho at 4. Here's the pitch. Swung on. He'll golf swing this one straight up over second base. Second baseman is there, and that'll be out number 1. That will take us to the first baseman, Sean Carson.
Number 37, John.
And Prince to the Access Fitness on deck circle.
And pegged early on her second there. So far, so good.
We call guys like that tough guys that just take the shot and run down the run down the line.
He didn't even flinch. Remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, and now he's got the elbow guard on. Here's the pitch. That one's going to be low. We saw a hit by pitch that wasn't considered a hit by pitch in the earlier game with Missoula, with Montana and Washington. Ryan McHugh would actually take one on the wrist and have to take his glove off and show the umpire, and the umpire shook it off. Swing and a miss for strike 1, even count at 1.
Which was really bizarre, because I think everyone, at least you and me, saw that. I mean, he got hit by that pitch right square in the hand or the wrist. I don't know. That's tough. That's a tough break.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 2. And Carson, he would have hit over the fence if he connected on that one.
That's a tough pitch to connect with, though. The movement there, not only was it doing the sidewinder, where from our view it comes so far left to right just to meet the plate, but that one went north and south, up and down a little bit. That was a crafty pitch.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and Matsushita will have a K to his name. Out number 2. That'll bring up the designated hitter, R.J. Prince. Finley Hastings goes to the Access Fitness on deck circle.
Matsushita doing a great job here tonight in relief of Adams. Already 5 strikeouts to his credit in 74 pitches. 1 run allowed.
2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Wyoming leads 4-3. Here's the pitch. That one's low for ball 1.
I mean, just 1 run in 5 innings of work so far for Matsushita. I mean, that's impressive. He's having himself a good ball game out there, and it just took him a little bit of time to get into the rhythm.
Extremely impressive. And he had a good at bat. Matsushita settles on the mound. Here's the pitch. That one's on the edge of the plate for strike 1. Even count here with 2 outs. Nobody on. Wyoming leads 4-3, bottom of the 7th. Let us know. I know we're getting to the end of the game here. This one will be popped out. Second baseman can't get a glove on it. It'll roll into center field. And Wyoming will have a runner on with 2 outs here. You know, I've noticed a trend with most of the teams here that with 2 outs, it seems like they're able to loosen up and swing the bat a little better.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that a couple times here tonight. But, I mean, that right there was just a nice, solid connection by R.J. Prince to drive that single out into the field.
And Finley Hastings, the catcher, readjusting his socks, had his leg guards on there as the catcher. The catchers always stand in the Access Fitness on-deck circle with their leg guards on, and then just before they bat, they pull them off.
Well, in Hastings tonight, a double and a single and a Facebook from his mother. I mean, he's having himself a good night.
Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1. 2 outs here, bottom of the 7th. Runner at first. Wyoming had a cushion here for a long time. In the top of the 6th, Hawaii will get on the board with a run. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate. Even the count out at 1. And then in the 7th, they'd add 2 more, and that would make it 4-3. Wyoming would get their 3 first runs in the bottom of the 2nd and add 1 in the 4th, and it's been goose eggs since then.
That one's going to be
shot out. Center fielder will hop right in front of him. The runner will round second to third. The throw is there. The tag. And they say safe at third. Brian Larson making the run down the third base line to make the call. So runners on the corners with 2 outs. We've seen this before. And coming to the plate is the second baseman, Nico Vitae. And just an update here from Orem. The Missoula Osprey fall 4-2 in the second half opener of the season.
That right there was kind of in Nakamura. That ball just dropped right in front of him. He kind of looked like he slipped a little bit, which is reminiscent of Wyoming center fielder where he absolutely slipped Ennis and the ball got away from him. It was the same kind of play. Just right there, just to pop out to center field where the ball ends up dropping just right next to him.
So Vitae settles into the Hockey Wolf batter's box.
Wheels.
Matsushita with the pitch. That one will be inside, ball 1.
You've got 2 outs here if you're Hawaii. I mean, you're that close to getting back out of this inning with no runs on the board. And Matsushita, like we've been saying, he's kind of in his zone right now. So we'll have to see.
Vitae settles in. Here's the pitch. Outside, makes it 2-0 on the count. And Liagon will go out and converse with Matsushita. Want to thank all the listeners for tuning in. We appreciate it. Most importantly, the young men appreciate it. at home cheering on your sports heroes. It was our mission to get this game out to you guys at no cost. We did fall short on our cost to cover it, but we'll make up for it. If you know somebody that would be interested in supporting what we've got going on here with the Northwest Regional Tournament, well, send us an email.
Yeah, or becoming a team sponsor if you guys are for one of the fellow teams here in the Northwest Regional Tournament. Here, Matsushita now lining up here. Count 2-0, 2 balls, no strikes. That one's going to be fouled down the right field line. It's going to end up getting out to the stands. Oh, out on the
lands
deck.
hard in the picnic area out there. Aluminum, they've got aluminum where it cantilevers over the bullpen on the first base line.
Vide tonight already with a double and a walk, and on that walk he ended up scoring because he ran from first to third on a single possession here. Count 2-1. Matsushita now sets for the pitch. And that one's going to be outside for a ball, and that moves the count 3-1 here. Matsushita tonight at 80 pitches so far, still with 5 hits now and 1 earned run. Matsushita now setting for the pitch.
Runner at first, steps away. Pitch is on its way. That one will walk the batter, and they'll have runners at first, and they'll have loaded bases, I should say, with 2 outs here.
And that will bring up Todd. Todd tonight a single, a pop out, and he got hit by a pitch just his last time up, right in the back, but he shook that off and got down to first because, once again, like Chris said, that's a tough kid. So now we'll see Todd set in the box. Matsushita just trying to get his fellow Owls out of this inning. 2 outs. And the pitch is in. And that's a swinging strike. Todd trying to send that one out to the fences. What a nice pitch by Matsushita. Take a little bit off of that one. Mid to high 60s there. It's about 66 it said.
He's examining the ball in his right hand. Loaded bases with 2 outs. 0-1 count. 4-3 Wyoming. Bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch. This one will be fouled down in about the same spot as the last one. And it goes to an 0-2 count here.
That there just kind of looked like almost a check swing. Popping that up like that. Didn't swing fully through it, but still, I mean, if a check swing reaches the patio out in right field, I'm concerned about the power Todd has here.
0-2 count, 2 outs, loaded bases. Matsushita ready for the pitch. And it's on its way. That one will catch the plate. Matsushita will end the inning with a K. They'll load the bases and leave them there. Bottom of the 7th, or top of the 8th. 4-3 Wyoming. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Missoula Prep.
Of Missoula for embroidery screen printing. Stitches can handle your large-scale projects for your team, special event, or for your organization. With their on-site graphic artists and design support team, Stitches can help you turn your idea into a compelling logo. Give Stitches a call today at 406-529-2632 to speak with their super friendly staff. Stitches is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Stitches, we make you look good.
Do you have a sweet video of your sports athlete? Did you experience a sports-altering moment or something at a sporting event that wowed the crowd? Go to our homepage at www.mpsn406.com and click on the Contact Us tab at the bottom of the homepage. Email us your video. We'll choose a new one every Monday, and yours just might go viral. Visit us today at MPSN406 on Facebook and Twitter. MPSN.com, Missoula's home for Ms. Prep Sports Heroes.
Welcome back to the Missoula Prep Sports Network's coverage of the 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. And interesting game here. We knew it was going to be a knockdown drag-out, and Hawaii, they climbed back into it in late innings, making it 4-3 here at the top of the 8th. Wyoming in charge. Leadoff batter on the inning is Micah Pye. We've seen him with some wheels tonight. Speedy little guy.
He is. And somewhere in Hawaii, in an operating room,
is Michael Pye.
Hopefully enjoying the broadcast.
And it looks like we've got a action in the bullpen for Wyoming. Number 11 warming up down there. And the first pitch is a strike to Pye.
Micah Pye tonight, a single and a pop out, but also showing off those wheels after that single.
And this one's fouled off. Braden Morris on the mound. He would come in to relieve Casey, who pitched a stellar game leading up to the 1 run he allowed. Or he allowed 3. This one's going to be chopped out past the shortstop, and Pye is on. No outs here, and Hawaii's got a runner on, and that will bring us to number 5, Cade Raposo.
And that's a big shot for this Hawaii team. A leadoff single by Pye, especially because, Chris, we've seen this before by Micah Pye, how fast he is. He can get from that first base to third base on any kind of an infield error or a shot out to center, perhaps.
Here's the pitch. Catches the inside of the plate for strike 1. Here's a question for you. We've got Micah Pye. He's got short legs that churn extremely fast. We've got Nick Jovetic with some long, lanky legs. Who are you thinking? Who are you taking in the race?
Maverick center fielder.
This one's bunted down the line, picked up by the third baseman. The throw to first, the out. Runner will hold at second, and the sac bunt is taken care of.
But right there, just like I said, Micah Pye moving to second base, now in a scoring position. If he just gets one more base, I'll really start sweating. Micah Pye doing a very good job so far, and that'll bring up Nakamura, who has singled and popped out here in tonight along with a couple of strikeouts. But that single is really all that counts. And just the night before, just last night, he had an RBI and 2 for 2. But we're going to get, before a pitch is thrown here, we're going to see Hastings trot out to the mound and talk to his pitcher, Morris.
And Paul Yarbrough giving us the hex here. He just texted me, we're going extra innings here.
Ooh.
Putting the hex on.
Don't do that to me. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Oh, no. Hey, free baseball, though, right?
That's right.
Morris is going to set for the pitch, and here it comes. And that one's going to be just plastered over the left field fence here. Fouled off. Strike 1 there for Nakamura. Boy, he hit that thing about half a mile high.
Your truck's not part of the park.
It is, actually.
I've seen you flinch a couple of times with those foul-offs.
Yeah, well, I like to park close, and as a broadcaster, I feel I kind of get that pass or that privilege.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. It'll bounce over the pitcher to the second baseman. He'll pick it up, the throw to first. There in time, and that'll be out number 2. But Mr. Pye has made his way to third.
And
tying run at third.
That's what's important. Tying run at third. And that's going to bring up Jacob Yoshino, who tonight has already had a single along with a couple of groundouts. The groundouts won't do, but the single would. Just last night, though, he batted .750, 3 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored. So let's see what Jacob has in store here.
So Morris settles on the mound. Here's the pitch. Outside for ball 1. 2 outs here. Top of the 8th. Hawaii threatening to tie it up here with a runner at third in the speedy Micah Pye. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the inside of the plate. Evens the count out at 1. 4-3 Wyoming. Top of the 8th. Winner moves on to play the Mavericks tomorrow at 7. The loser plays Idaho at 4. The 1 o'clock game already scheduled or figured out. Oregon and Washington. And that one will be a ball to make it 2-1 on the count.
Good eye so far by Yoshino, just letting those balls roll and then not swinging unless it's a strike. That's a good approach when batting, clearly.
And I got to say, the Hawaii fans have really come in here. They've got a good group. This one's going to be bounced out, picked up by the shortstop. He'll throw to first. That will get the tag to end the inning, and they'll hold off Hawaii. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th with Wyoming leading 4-3. Back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome to Access Fitness, where there's no initiation fees and no contracts. You just get results. With the top-of-the-line equipment to help you reach your fitness goals at your convenience, and 5 in Western Montana cities, no matter where you venture, you can access your fitness home. Access Fitness is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can work out at your schedule. Access Fitness, no initiation fees, no contracts, just results. Access Fitness is a proud sponsor of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament.
Some changes in life are too painful to go through alone, and Cunningham Law can help in making difficult decisions from divorce to child custody. Kyle Cunningham focuses solely on family law. Cunningham Law will help you land on your feet when big changes come to your family and life. Visit www.familylawmontana.com or give Kyle a call at 406-203-4678 today. Cunningham Law Services. You don't have to go through this alone. Cunningham Law is a proud sponsor of the Northwest Regional Tournament.
Welcome back to the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman. And we are in the bottom of the 8th. Wyoming leads Hawaii 4-3. Throw to second to indicate the beginning of the inning. And leading off for Wyoming would be the one and only Braxton Ennis.
Chris, we aren't quite at the 3-hour mark, but we're about 10 minutes shy of it here in this ball game. Which, I don't know, I feel like 3 hours is kind of long, isn't it? Isn't 2:30, 2:45 kind of the industry standard?
Yeah.
Nevertheless, Ennis now stepping up to bat for Wyoming. He's got 2 walks on the night now as the pitch comes in, and that one's going to be way outside for a ball by Matsushita. And Ennis, another fast guy. If you give him a walk and get him on base, he's probably going to make you pay. Much like a pie.
Much like pie, that's right.
I like pie.
Oh, I love pie. Here's the pitch. Swung on. This was going to go foul. Will land in the seating, in the general admission seating, down the third baseline outside the dugout. You know, I've always been into pie. I'm not a cake. I don't really care for donuts. I don't care
figured
for
once
cookies.
I saw the last name, this was going to happen at some point. Yeah, I mean, I'll do whatever. Cookies, pie, cake, whatever.
But yeah,
Whatever we got on tap.
Yeah, I'm a pie guy. That's what I have for my birthday every year is a nice big fat strawberry rhubarb pie.
Ooh, rhubarb. I can get behind that.
Well, when your mom has a huge rhubarb plant in the backyard,
That'll do it.
that'll do it. I've been eating it straight off the stalk since I was knee-high. Here's the pitch. And it'll make it a 2-1 count here for Ennis.
Straight off the stalks. Chris, I feel like we should sneak it out there one more time. It's fun to hear where you guys are from, especially in the at-bat breaks between hitter and not. So let it roll in. MPSN 406 at MPSN 406, I should say, on Twitter and Facebook, or go to MPSN406.com and hit the contact tab and email it in. As that one once again outside. That's gonna be 3 now.
And just notice Coach Hathaway's sitting on the third baseline here. He's watching to see who they're going to have tomorrow.
He sure is.
And then further down the line is the Lewis and Clark Twins coach, Tom Woods. Both of them waiting on who they're going to play tomorrow.
Start scouting. You know that both of those coaches, the second they figure it out, are going home and getting some tape on.
Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate for strike 1. Ennis thought he was going to have a walk.
Would have been his 3rd of the evening.
Leadoff batter here in the bottom of the 8th. I got to update my tracker information because it's telling me there's no balls and strikes, so it's behind a moment.
Well,
there we go. Set, and we've got the... And he'll strike out the batter. Nice job by Matsushita.
Number 3, Ryan Andra.
I want to thank all of you for tuning in and viewing the game, supporting these young men as they're making their way to North Carolina. Next Wednesday through Sunday is the Legion World Series in North Carolina. One of these teams will make it there.
And Chris, welcome to the 3-hour mark.
That's right. We are 2 minutes away. Here's the pitch. That one will be outside for ball one. Got an hour behind here. The Maverick game would push into the 7 o'clock start time. 3 hours, 20 minutes for that Maverick game. Here's the pitch. Outside, makes it 2-0 on the count. Matsushita. Do you have his pitching stats?
Yeah, sure. I sure do. 94 pitches thrown, 5 2/3 innings of work thus far. Let's see, 5 hits, 1 run, none of which have been earned by him, and 7 strikeouts, Chris. That's a big number.
Matsushita with the pitch. He'll check swing, but he'll catch the plate and we'll have strike one. So a 2-1 count here for Andrin. The shortstop. Carter Mossy in the on-deck circle. The Access Fitness on-deck circle.
Don't you forget it.
Here's the pitch. That one's outside. And it'll make it a 3-1 count here.
Matsushita almost at a 100-pitch relief effort. And I haven't seen anyone warming up over there for Honolulu since. Doing a great job.
Matsushita with the windup. Pitch on the way. Swung on. This is going to bounce out to the shortstop. He'll pick it up in the dirt. The throw to first. Shotgun over there, and it will get there in time. That'll be out number 2. And that will take us to the left fielder, Carter Mossy. And Brock Anderson will go to the on-deck, the Access Fitness on-deck circle. So 2 away here in the bottom of the 8th. Hawaii looking to put it away here in the 8th, so they have the opportunity in the 9th to get that 1 run back here. And Larson will call time.
There's some crime afoot just across the river, as I've seen a few cop cars.
Sirens heading down Broadway here in Missoula across the river.
Crime afoot.
And the pitch. Bunt laid down, but it is called a strike. Showing bunt, I should say, is Mossy.
Ooh, something's going down in the neighborhood.
Lots of sirens. Excitement.
Which, if you're planning a visit, not common.
Not common, that's right.
But seriously, just a visit.
Just a visit, he says.
Not allowed to stay, I'm sorry.
It's a beautiful place. They call it the Big Sky Country, and once you get here, you can see why.
The last best place for a reason.
You know, growing up, I had a friend in 7th grade. His grandparents were from Minneapolis, and they didn't want to come out here to visit us in visit him in Missoula. They thought when they got to the North Dakota-Montana border, they were going to have to give up their car and get a horse and buggy it out here. Here's the foul down the third base line.
Unfortunately, that's actually kind of a common misconception. But as Montanans, you can kind of have fun with that, especially when you're in a foreign place, you know, just talking about like, ah, man, traffic was so bad on my way to school last week. I ended up passing all these cars and, you know, just on the bike lane of my horse. And we're like, oh, really?
What?
The other thing is, or if you're late to school, you just cut your tractor right across the cornfield. That's the fastest way to travel too.
1-2 count here for Mossy. Well, you know, there is a thing with the Montana High School Association. Here's the pitch. And that one will catch the plate, and we'll get to that story in the next half inning as it finishes out with a K. Mossy still looking at the plate. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
For over over 30 years, Garden of Eden has passionately pursued to aid Missoula's area churches in their mission to evangelize the surrounding areas. Garden of Eden has a large stock of books, gifts, music, toys, and more. Stop in to visit their full-service coffee bar and luscious homemade fudge. Shop their online store and get free shipping on orders of $69 or more. Visit them at www.shopgardenofreden.com or stop by their store at 2621 Brooks. Garden of Eden is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports and the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is Missoula's one-stop shop for all your hockey and lacrosse needs.
Check this out.
It may be warm outside, but you can still take care of your hockey fix in their 1/3 sized indoor rink.
Really? Wow, crazy.
Stop in to 1010 North Avenue West and see what they have in store for your hockey needs. Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is a proud sponsor of high school sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Welcome back to Ogren Park Allegiance Field, top of the ninth.
What a game we have so far, Chris. Wyoming leading 4-3, but the story of Hawaii, actually 2 more hits than Wyoming. Wyoming with plenty of walks to their credit here tonight.
Top of the ninth here. Hawaii's got to battle back into it here. All the marbles right here. Leading off is the catcher, Kyle Lyogon. That's a strike. Morris settles. Here's the pitch. That one will be outside, evens the count out at 1. Lyogon, he is 0 for 3. Here's the pitch. This one will be hit right at the ankles of Morris. He'll go down. Throw to first is there in time for the out. And Morris trying to walk that one off. He took that one right to the bump on the ankle. And we've got action in the bullpen already.
I think he's saying he's good.
Trying to hop and run around and walk it off. That one, that hurts me just looking at it.
Yeah, that hurt big time. As someone with glass ankles, oh my gosh. That hit him right in just the ball of the ankle there.
Oh, I've had that one. That's smart. In the few times that I've played baseball, I was at first base and I would have one come in and hit, and for 3 weeks I had the laces of the ball imprinted on my ankle, right on that little ball right there on your ankle. That's a tough one.
Morris is a tough kid, clearly, because I would just still be laying there on. They might have to medevac me out of here, but he's going to proceed to pitch on, as he should. Wyoming picking up that first out. Morris seeing if he can get a close here, and this will be kind of just a practice pitch, seeing if he can.
That's the first baseman, Ching. Brian Larson's the one that called for him to do the practice pitch to see how he does. Larson watching his ankle more than anything else. And Lane out there encouraging him. They're going to let him throw a couple more times.
Morris insistent that he's going to be able to go on.
And that's his plant foot.
It
is the one that it hit.
Weight bearing too, if you see the beginning of his stance. That's where he puts all of his weight.
They'll let him warm up a couple more pitches here. That was just a hard shot. Nods his head at Larson as he asks him if okay. Larson heads to plate. Everybody will settle out. That is an extremely tough kid. That one on my ankle. Wow.
Yeah, that right there is grit.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1. Morris says, I got this. Rubbed a little dirt on it.
I mean, you can tell he's still got plenty of discomfort out there, but yeah, he's just tough.
4-3 Wyoming. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate for strike 2. Wyoming 2 outs away as Morris kind of limps his way up there. Right on the right ankle is where that one hit. Here's the pitch. This one is going to be hopped straight up in the air. First baseman's got it, and that'll be out number 2. Wyoming 1 out away from taking on Montana tomorrow at 7. That'll bring up the right fielder, Yoshino.
Morris still made his way all the way out to the base to cover it there.
That is one tough cookie out there, folks.
Absolutely.
Tons of respect. I mean, we were talking about the first baseman, Carson, taking one on the elbow on the pitch. There's nothing like the velocity that comes off the end of the bat.
Yeah, right in the ankle, too.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed for strike 1.
Not a lot of places worse to take a baseball. Well, I can think of one, but
Morris sets on the mound. Here's the pitch. Swung on. This one's going to get out to right field. It'll hop out there, and Hawaii will have one on. That'll take us to the shortstop, JT Naviak. Before we get out of here, folks, we want to thank all of you for tuning in and viewing. We also want to thank you for all your love you sent in on Facebook, Twitter, and with your emails. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much. That is just unbelievable. These young men, they deserve your love. Runner to second. The throw is there, but not in time. And with 2 outs here, Hawaii will have a runner at second. 1-0 count here for Naviak.
it's a gutsy move, sending the runner with 2 outs, but just trying to get him into scoring position. I respect that. Oh, and a balk.
And a balk. That will send the tying run down to third base.
Wow.
1-0 count here for Naviak. 2 outs. Hawaii fans to the right of us, they're getting excited. That will send Hastings out to converse with Morris on the mound. Naviak will go and talk to Mamura. And Pai comes out, or no, Matsushita will come out. 2 outs here. Runner at third for Hawaii. Top of the 9th, all the marbles right here. Here's the pitch. Bunt laid down. It's going to go down the third base line. Picked up. They can't get the tag. And it's a tie game at 4. Wow.
What an incredible turn of events there, Chris. Morris, after getting hit in the ankle, balks and sends the runner to third, and then off just a little blooper. It was a buildup. The catcher, the third baseman, and the pitcher all trying to field that blooper at once. No one covering home. And then Morris just trying to rifle that down to first base to at least get the out and get out of there.
They'll throw to first. The runner will get back, and that will bring up Cheyenne Matsushita, the pitcher.
That was crazy.
Matsushita will settle back into the pitcher's mound. Runner to second. The throw there, but not in time. And with 2 outs here, Hawaii advancing on the bag. And the axe circle
there too.
Runner at second, 2 outs. 1-0 count here for Matsushita. Here's the pitch, and Matsushita will step out just before the pitch is delivered. Brian Larson, the umpire, calls time. Morris settles in on the Cunningham Law pitcher's mound. Checks the runner at second, who's got a 2-step lead. 2 outs here, top of the 9th. Tie game at 4. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate for strike 1. Even count. Paul Yarbrough calling it here. Tie game at 4 in the 9th.
Don't put the evil on us, Paul. What an incredible gutty performance by Hawaii, just fighting back into this, finding a way to tie the ball game here in the top of the 9th.
Here's the pitch. This one's going to bounce down the first base line, picked up by Carson. They'll race to the bag, and that will be the out to end the inning. So we will go to bonus baseball. Actually, bottom of the ninth.
Yeah,
sorry.
easy.
I got excited. So it's tied at 4 going into the bottom of the ninth. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Mike's Print and Copy is your locally owned print shop. Whether it's custom letterhead or business cards, Mike and his friendly staff understand that your business is important to you and will make sure that your project is handled in a professional and timely manner. Drop into Mike's Print and Copy to have them take care of your printing needs. Stop by 1503 South Russell or give them a call today at 406-728-3363 to have Mike's Print and Copy take care of your printing needs. Mike's Print and Copy is a proud sponsor of high school sports in Missoula and the surrounding community. Advertising on the web can be intimidating. Where do you start? What is the most effective way to reach the audience you are targeting? Milk Crate Media can help you reach your audience, whether it's social media marketing or creating a unique commercial for streaming or radio advertising. Milk Crate Media can help you build a new website or rebuild your existing website that will bring users back again and again. Visit www.mcratemedia.com today. Milk Crate Media is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports in Missoula and the surrounding valley.
Welcome back to Ogren Park Allegiance Field, bottom of the ninth, tied at 4, Honolulu, Hawaii, and Cheyenne, Wyoming. Winner gets to move on and play the Mavericks at 7 tomorrow.
That seems so far away. But these teams, with it in sight, both teams playing a phenomenal brand of baseball right now. As Wyoming will try to get things going here, and stepping up to bat is going to be Brock Anderson, who has struggled here tonight, 0 for 4, and unfortunately Brock Anderson 0 for 4 last night as well.
And we've crushed the 3-hour mark, 3 hours and 14 minutes on the game here. Bottom of the ninth, leadoff batter, and Matsushita with the pitch. That one will be low for ball 1. Brock Anderson, go ahead, the right fielder.
Brock's shown he's got a lot of pop so far, being able to hit it out pretty deep in right field, but still 0 for 4 on the night and 0 for 8 in the tournament thus far.
Here's the pitch. That one's high for ball 2. And Ryan Monaco still warming up in the Mike's Print and Copy bullpen for Wyoming. We'll see if they will need him. Matsushita with the pitch. That one's low. Makes it 3-0 on the count.
Even if Brock can just get on base here, that's a big step towards trying to get a walk-off here. Leadoff, like runner on base in the leadoff spot, is a huge boost for teams.
Sean Carson in the Access Fitness on deck. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate for strike 1. Brian Larson calling balls and strikes behind the plate. Missoula's very own Brian Larson. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and we've got a full count out at the leadoff batter in the bottom of the ninth. Tied at 4.
Swung out of his shoes there.
Wyoming and Hawaii. And Taylor, that's why these two teams are the cream of the crop for their states. Here's the pitch. Swung on, bounces out to short, picked up in the dirt, throw to first is there in time, stretching out the first baseman for out number 1. That'll take us to Sean Carson, the first baseman.
Sean Carson here, big boy. So far on 1 out of 3 last night and scored 2 runs for his team. Sean Carson capable at the plate.
Last run scored for Wyoming was in the bottom of the 4th. Carson with a big swing and a miss for strike 1. 1 out here, bottom of the 9th, tie game. Let us know, who do you think's going to win this tie game? Send us a message on, tweet at us or send us a message on Facebook and Twitter at MPSN 406. Love to hear from you. Carson settles in with the 0-2 count with 1 out. Matsushita coming in, and he's been pitching stellar. What's he got for a pitch count there?
110.
110. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed, and that'll be a K for out number 2 for Matsushita. And that'll bring us the designated hitter, R.J. Prince.
R.J. Prince having a good night here. Back-to-back singles in his last 2 at-bats.
This is what postseason baseball is all about. The drama. Hawaii not getting any runs until the 6th. They'd earned 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and then the 9th they would pick up the tying run. And that one's fouled off to make it 0-1 on the count here for Prince.
In dramatic fashion, pick up that tying run.
Yeah, there should have been an out. As that bunt was laid down, 3 Wyoming players standing around looking at the ball in the grass, and the runner sneaks by to score. Here's the pitch. That one's going to be high, and Prince has got to duck out of the way. Even count at 1. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, tied at 4. We're looking at bonus baseball. Here's the pitch. That one catches the plate for strike 2. And Prince not happy about it. He'll settle back into the Hockey Wolf batter's box. Deep breath. And the pitch. Swung on, out to first base, gets past the second baseman, and with a runner on at first and 2 outs, once again, teams going to work with 2 outs here.
3 straight singles for the Prince. And here comes Hastings.
Finley Hastings, the catcher, removes his leg guards. And he'll come in to the Hockey Wolf batter's box.
Chris, we got ourselves a tweet here. Jason Bierig, he's thinking Hawaii's going to take this one. Those boys got a lot of fight in them. Well, I don't disagree. They were down early, 4-0 after that 4th inning, and they've just rallied back almost relentlessly.
Matsushita with the pitch. 2 outs, runner at first. Swung on. This was going to go off the hand grips and foul. Land on the top row of the seating down the first baseline.
Hastings had that towering double early on. I appreciate your in, Jason. Anyone else wants to get in on at MPSN406 on Twitter or Facebook, or email us in off our website, mpsn406.com, as Hastings now sets. Oh, and a big swing and a miss there by Hastings. Now down 0-2 in the count. We're 1 strike away from free baseball.
And I can't tell if Coach Hathaway is still here. I think he's hiding light pole there.
He's here. He's down a ways now.
Is he? Okay. Here's the pitch. That one catches the plate, and Matsushita will end the inning with a K. We go to the 10th here in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
116.
Some changes in life will go through. Cunningham Law can help in making decisions. Divorce, child custody. Kyle Cunningham focuses solely on family law. Cunningham Law will help you land on your feet when big changes come to your family and life. Visit www.familylawmontana.com or give Kyle a call at 406-203-4678 today. Cunningham Law Services. You don't have to go through this alone. Cunningham Law is a proud sponsor of the Northwest Regional Tournament. Stitches of Missoula is your resource for embroidery and screen printing. Stitches can handle your large-scale projects for your team, special event, or for your organization. With their on-site graphic artists and design support team, Stitches can help you turn your idea into a compelling logo. Give Stitch a call today, 406-529-263, to speak with their super friendly staff. Stitches is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Stitches, we make you look good.
Welcome back to Missoula Prep Sports Network's coverage of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman. We are in the top of the 7th, tied at 4. Wyoming and Honolulu.
And Chris, we have a pitching change here for Wyoming. Braden Morris now out, the fellow who took that ball in the ankle. Late game heroics, though. He pitched a great effort there in relief as I pull up his stats here. 2 1/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run in 31 pitches. And I gotta tell you, I think he would have ran. I think he would have ran a little bit better. I mean, the ankle thing is tough. I don't know if he would have been able to close out in that last out better if he had a little bit more mobility, and that's one of the great what ifs, I suppose, Chris. But now we'll move on.
Nothing like the Monday morning quarterback.
That's one of my specialties.
You and I both. So the leadoff batter here is Pye. First pitch to him is a strike. Actually, yes, that is Pye.
Micah Pye having a nice night so far with a couple of singles and 1 pop out, and he's shown off the wheels here as the second one's going to be fouled back towards me and Chris.
Into the netting. Here's a little interesting fact for you, Taylor.
Ooh, I like facts.
Or not maybe fact, but if there's a possibility these two teams could meet again in the championship game.
Ooh.
The way the bracket's laid out, these two teams with a win each. But that's a possibility.
Interesting. We're going to see Hastings trot out here to go talk to Monaco real quick on the mound.
And the diehard Hawaii and Wyoming fans hanging out here to cheer them on. And Pye will settle back in. And Larson will call time. Looks down the third baseline and now settles. We've got action in the Mike's Print and Copy bullpen as Max Pedroza. This one's going to be hopped down the third baseline. The throw to first is there just ahead of Pye. And that'll be out number 1. That'll bring us to
Number 5, Cade Raposo.
the second baseman, Raposo. Top of the 10th. Tie game at 4. We knew this was going to be a slugfest, Taylor. But I didn't figure it was going to be this tough of one.
Yeah.
First pitch is a ball.
It's a prize fight, and like I said earlier on in the first inning, I don't think this was going to be a knockout by either team. I thought this was going to go to a decision, which if you're a boxing fan is when no one hits the canvas, as that pitch is going to rattle out for a ball. 2 balls, no strikes now. But at the end of the fight, if neither fighter has been knocked out, they go to a decision where the judges score the fight, and that is the win.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. Down the third baseline, into the glove of the third baseman. Throw to first is there, and that'll be out number 2.
Way to go, Brandon!
And that will swing us to the top of the batting order for Hawaii.
Number 1, Brandon.
Number 1.
Now in his 6th time up, 6 at-bats. That's a lot for one single game.
Here's the pitch. Inside. Ball 1.
Nakamura tonight with a single and a couple of strikeouts.
And that pitch will make it a 2-0 count.
Monaco now set for the pitch. That one's going to be hit down towards first base, and Carson will just casually catch that and stroll into first base for the tag, and that will retire the side.
Bottom of the 10th in 60 seconds, tie game. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman. We'll be back in 60.
Welcome to Access Fitness, where there's no initiation fees and no contracts. You just get results. With the top-of-the-line equipment to help you reach your fitness goals at your convenience, and 5 locations in western Montana cities, no matter where you venture, you can access your fitness home. Access Fitness is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so you can work out at your schedule. Access Fitness, no initiation fees, no contracts, just results. Access Fitness is a proud sponsor of the 2017 Northwest Regional Tournament.
Do you have a sweet video of your sports athlete? Did you experience a sports-altering moment or something at a sporting event that wowed the crowd? Go to our homepage at www.mpsn406.com and click on the Contact Us tab at the bottom of the homepage. Email us your video. We'll choose a new one every Monday, and yours just might go viral. Visit us today at MPSN406 on Facebook and Twitter. MPSN.com, Missoula's home for Ms. Prep Sports Heroes. Welcome back to Ogren Park, Allegiance Field. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman, and we're in the bottom of the 10th. Bonus baseball, everyone. Hawaii and Wyoming battling it out. Tied at 4.
Chris, we got
leading off as Nico Vite. Go ahead, Taylor.
Another tweet rattling down the pipes. Our main man, Tim Rustad, over in Kansas City, which, Tim, if I'm not mistaken, and I agree, I am the worst of time zones. I think it is Friday in Kansas City right now. So, hey, Tim, happy Friday.
Yeah, we are 2 minutes away from the 3.5-hour mark on the game.
As that first pitch is going to rattle in for a strike. But what I was going to say is Tim's tweet, shoot, bro, getting tired in KC. Need the Owls to close this out. Got work tomorrow. Go mid-pack. I agree, Tim. I'm getting tired.
Thanks for staying up with us, Tim. We appreciate it. Here's the pitch. That one's outside. Evens the count out at 1.
Also, Tim, you can't abandon the broadcast because then we're going to mispronounce every name.
That's right.
So, going to have to hang in there. I apologize. But yeah, happy Friday.
Here's the pitch by Matsushita. This one's going to be bounced down the first base line, picked up by the second baseman, throw to first there in time, and that'll be out number 1. That'll take us to the bottom of the batting order, Brandon Todd. So 1 here in the bottom of the 10th, tied at 4. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1.
I suppose we'll do an extra innings. Anyone want to tell us where they're listening from?
That's right. We want to hear from you. We're glad you're staying up with us.
Yeah.
Thank you for tuning in and cheering these young men on. They need to have your support to get the win either way. This one's going to be bounced past Matsushita, picked up by the shortstop, the throw to first. Getting his foot back on the bag is the first baseman, and that'll be out number 2. Great job on the stretch.
At MPSN 406 on Twitter, at MPSN 406 on Facebook, or you can email in off our website, MPSN 406. Jason Bierig tweets in, as a Mavs fan, we just hope there's no arms left in the bullpen at the end of this great game.
Well, with that, Matsushita will come off the mound, and Jacob Yoshino will come out and pitch. We'll step aside for 60 seconds while they let Yoshino finish it out, or warm up. We'll be back in 60 on the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
For over 30 years, Garden of Eden has passionately pursued to aid Missoula's area churches in their mission to evangelize the surrounding areas. Garden of Eden has a large stock of books, gifts, music, toys, and more. Stop in to visit their full-service coffee bar and luscious homemade fudge. Shop their online store and get free shipping on orders of $69 or more. Visit them at www.shopgardenofreden.com or stop by their store at 2621 Brooks. Garden of Eden is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports and the Missoula Prep Sports Network.
Advertising on the web can be intimidating. Where do you start? What is the most effective way to reach the audience you are targeting? Milk Crate Media can help you reach your audience, whether it's social media marketing or creating a unique commercial for streaming or radio advertising. Milk Crate Media can help you build a new website or rebuild your existing website that will bring users back again and again. Visit www.mcratemedia.com today. Milk Crate Media is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports in Missoula and the surrounding valley. Welcome back to Ogren Park Legion's Field. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman. 2017 American Legion Northwest Regional Tournament. And we've got Game 8 stretching out here in bonus innings. We are in the bottom of the 10th. 2 outs here. Tie game between Wyoming and Hawaii. And top of the batting order for Wyoming in Braxton Ennis. First pitch to Ennis is a ball.
Well,
New pitcher on the mound. Sorry to cut you off there.
You're all good.
The right-handed pitcher of Jacob Yoshino.
Ennis, so far in this tournament, has already hit 1 home run. So, I mean, that's something. Jacob Yoshino's second pitch now. Ooh, and a big swing and a miss by Ennis there. We had another tweet rolling at the break. Julian, win or lose, that young man from Hawaii on the mound is easily player of the game. 100-plus pitches in relief effort, gamer. I couldn't agree more.
Exactly.
I mean, Matsushita coming in, 124 pitches in relief as that third pitch is going to be low there by Yoshino for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 124 pitches on the night for Matsushita in 8 innings. 6 hits allowed, only 6. At one point it was 1 over 4. 1 run, no earned runs, 10 strikeouts. What an unbelievable performance. I agree with you, Julian.
Max Pedroza warming up in the Mike's Print and Copy bullpen for Wyoming. And that one will be a ball. And Taylor, you know it's been a long game when they're restocking the water in the dugouts. Osprey staff bringing one of those big water jugs around to the Wyoming dugout.
Yeah, I mean, this is a marathon effort, especially between the Mavs game and this game. We're talking about 8 hours of. Well,
swung on, rolls out to the second baseman. He'll pick it up, the throw to first, and that will end the inning. So we go to the top of the 11th here at Ogren Park. Back in 60 seconds, tie game at 4.
Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is Missoula's one-stop shop for all your hockey and lacrosse needs.
Check this out.
It may be warm outside, but you can still take care of your hockey fix in their 1/3 sized indoor rink.
Really? Wow, crazy.
Stop in to 1010 North Avenue West and see what they have in store for your hockey needs. Hockey Wolf and Lacrosse Wolf is a proud sponsor of high school sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. The Missoula Prep Sports Network is Missoula's home for local sports. MPSN406.com has the news on Missoula and surrounding communities' sports heroes. Our mission is to make our local sports heroes feel just like sports heroes. Visit us today at www.mpsn406.com. Follow us on Twitter at MPSN406. MPSN406.com, Missoula's home for its prep sports heroes.
Welcome back to Missoula, Montana. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman as we are stretching out the game. Top of the 11th inning, folks. We'd have 2 epic games in the winner's side of the bracket. The Mavericks before this one beating Washington. Montana beating Washington 21-14. And now we're in the top of the 11th between Hawaii and Wyoming, tied at 4. Here's the pitch. Leadoff batter is
Yoshino,
who is on the mound now.
Yeah, pitcher's battle. Number 11 versus number 11. Pitcher versus pitcher. Chris, how long are we at on length of broadcast so far, out of curiosity? As Yoshino fouls one back.
3 hours and 36 minutes.
3 hours and 36. Yoshino fouls one off there to make the count 0-2 now, as Monaco looking to close him out.
This one will be. This is out. That's the shortstop, and Hawaii will have a runner at first with no outs here. That's the leadoff that they need to maybe get out of this one. And that'll take us to the catcher, Kyle Lyogon.
Hey, getting the leadoff man on base with no outs is a huge boost. But as we kind of start, I don't want to say winding down, but moving towards hopefully an end of this game, continue to tweet at us at MPSN406 as we're going to show bunt, and that'll go in for a strike for Monaco. 0-1 now. Continue to tweet at us and Facebook us. It's making this more enjoyable for us, and it's a lot of fun to read and interact with your guys' tweets, Facebooks, and emails. So continue.
And just to
do
clarify for Taylor here, we are enjoying what we have going
absolutely.
on here. So
absolutely. Sorry if I made it sound like
that one's going to be bunted down, picked up, throw to first, in the out, and the runner advances to second. The sack bunt does its job.
You're right, Chris. It's not that we're not enjoying it, because we are. I mean, we're calling a baseball game. How much better can it get? But it's more enjoyable when we're interacting with tweets.
We love hearing from you guys. I mean, it's a lot of fun to hear where you guys are at, who you're cheering on. We want to thank all of you here.
We haven't heard from Michael Pye in a while. I wonder how the operation went.
3 hours and 40 minutes on the call here. Top of the 11th, 1 out, runner at second for Hawaii. Tie game at 4. There, the stage is set. Drama built and time called just as Monaco was going to throw the pitch.
And Ching will step out of the box there, getting ready to go back to work now. Couple singles and a walk to his credit tonight.
Runner at second, dancing around out there. Here's the pitch, swung on. This is going to be bounced out past the shortstop. They'll bring the runner around from second. Actually, Muramura has him home. Ennis with a cannon out there at center field. That one came in. He'd have been out. I've seen the catcher, Hastings. Oh, that was Bozeman. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. The Wyoming catcher is an animal down there.
Absolutely. Hastings is an absolute man.
And Muramura, he's coming down the line. Oh, Larson, he points at the dugout. And I think he might be switching out. He's going to have a runner come out, and that is number 7, Wyatt Young. So Wyatt Young will come out and pinch run.
The other factor there, Chris, is Braxton is out there in center field. We've seen him a couple times tonight catching a ball off the hop with his throwing hand and just whipping it right down to center field, and he did it right there once again. There's not a lot of players in the league, in the Legion League at least, who are able to do such a thing and stall runners trying to tag from third.
And that's going to bring pitching coach out to speak with Monaco. Pedroza warming up. We'll see if this is going to be a change.
Okay, Owls, they are listening. Thank you for all your extra hard work. Go Owls. Number 12, Naviac. Hey, we appreciate you guys listening, and we appreciate you tweeting at me, kind of to my demand.
We might need to order a pizza here.
Hey, you might be onto something there. Or maybe Buffalo Wild Wings does another one of those trays that you're so excited about.
I'm a wings guy,
They're
man.
open late.
You know, there's a thing about fried foods, but wings, I love them.
I think a lot of people like wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, wings are.
We've got the Idaho coach still here. He just walked out in front of us down here, making his way down behind the plate. Larson will break up the party on the mound.
Since we've got a little stoppage, what flavor wings are you? What kind of guy are you?
Well,
spicy?
If you want to know my true favorite, it would be the wings at Native.
What flavor though?
Honey hot.
Honey hot. Okay. Interesting. I'm a barbecue guy myself.
Here's the pitch. They're going to pitch around, it looks like, as the pitch is wide. They might pitch around Yoshino here. The pinch runner at first. We haven't seen anything out of Young yet. We got to see what his are like. That one's going to go on the dirt plate, and we'll have a 2-0 count.
I mean, if you do pitch around Yoshino, you put the force on and make a potential play out. Terrible idea. But it appears 2 balls, no strikes. I doubt they are. I just think that one kind of got away, or those first 2 got away from Monaco there. As he's going to throw to first, just check the runner there.
Let us know if you're still watching, folks. At MPSN 406 on both Facebook and Twitter.
Ooh. Showing bunt there.
And a 2-1 count here.
This Kale Yoshino.
Muramura wants to have a conversation with Yoshino. Got an email here from Carlos G. You guys are awesome. Watching live from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Go Hawaii, Carlos.
Idaho. That's a first as far as this broadcast is concerned. I like Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I've stayed at a cabin over there before. That's a nice place.
Home of the Lumberjacks, the Legion baseball team out of Coeur d'Alene.
What?
Here's the pitch. That one's going to be high. Makes it 3-1 on the count here.
Oof, Monaco took a lot off that ball, bringing that one down the pipe at 50 miles per hour. Excruciating.
You know, it's always amazing to me the
Ooh,
science.
we're going to get a walk, Chris.
We're going to get a walk here. Or is that a balk?
Huh? Give me a minute over here.
It's always amazing to me with sports, with the human body and the science of it, the ability to be able to control a pitch like a pitcher does, or even a quarterback. You know, being a pitcher even more than a quarterback, though, just being able to control what's going on with the ball.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct, and that was just an intentional walk by Wyoming there.
So that brings us to, this was going to be hit straight up in the air over second. Center fielder will come in for the out, and the runners will hold on the bases.
JT Naviak right there, popping out to right field.
And this will bring up Gabby Galamgam. Galamgam, as Paul pronounces it.
Paul,
we had an email, or we had a Facebook message from, I would believe, the mother.
Oh.
2 outs, runners at first and second. Here's the pitch. Check swing, didn't go, ball 1. He'll settle back in.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe these are Gabby's first at bat here in the tournament.
Here's the pitch. That'll be outside. He did not play yesterday.
Well, in Wyoming here, Chris, in a very tight spot, tied up 4-4 still with 2 outs, bases loaded, and now 2 balls. 3 balls now, excuse me, as that pitch comes in for Monaco.
Well, they do have Max Pedroza warming up in the Mike's Print and Copy bullpen.
But a walk, or one more ball here, produces a walk, which brings a run home for Honolulu.
And that's exactly what's going to happen. Loaded bases, and the walk will put a runner home, and Hawaii has a 5-4 lead, their first of the game.
That's true. I didn't even think of that. And now, none other than the Micah Pye making his way up to the plate with bases loaded, 2 outs. Micah Pye looking to close this thing out.
Build the drama for us, Taylor. Build the drama.
Michael Pye in some operation room.
Here's the pitch. That one's going to be outside for ball 1, and that's going to prompt, and he points towards the bullpen, so they'll make a call to the bullpen. We'll have a new pitcher on the mound with a 1-0 count. We'll be back in 60 seconds on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. 5-4 Hawaii. Mike's Print and Copy is your locally owned print shop. Whether it's custom letterhead or business cards, Mike and his friendly staff understand that your business is important to you and will make sure that your project is handled in a professional and timely manner. Drop into Mike's Print and Copy to have them take care of your printing needs. Stop by 1503 South Russell or give them a call today at 406-728-3363 to have Mike's Print and Copy take care of your printing needs. Mike's Print and Copy is a proud sponsor of high school sports in Missoula and the surrounding community. Wondering what this week's fishing conditions are like in western Montana? The Missoula Prep Sports Network has you covered. Stop by our website, www.mpsn406.com weekly to get the I Fly Fish Montana fishing alert. David Dietrich and the crew at I Fly Fish Montana have you covered when it comes to all things fly fishing. Visit iflyfishmontana.com to get the latest reviews on fly shop, river conditions, and more. Follow I Fly Fish Montana on Instagram to real fishing experiences. I Fly Fish Montana is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Welcome back to Missoula, Montana. Chris Stratton here with Taylor Featherman as we've got the top of the 11th. Hawaii takes their first lead of the game over Wyoming, 5-4. Pitching change as Max Pedroza comes in for Wyoming. And we heard from Michael Pye. The case is over, but the game is so intense that I'm in my office waiting for this thing to end. so I can go home. Go Owls. Hang in there, announcers. Stay hydrated.
Well,
thank you so much, Michael Pye.
I appreciate the update. I was wondering where we were at in terms of that. I do appreciate the update. As far as the hydration, I am depleted, but that's okay.
We've got waters here. We'll get one for
we
you.
do?
Yeah, not in the booth here, but I'll get one
we'll
for
flag
you.
one down. Okay. Well, see, Michael Pye stepping in and solving some problems for me. I appreciate that. And the signal has been sent from Sir Chris Stratton, and waters are on the way. Signal sent again. And now waters are certainly on the way. Right on. Good
The
work.
tournament director, Paul Sopko, running down some waters for us. You know, Matt Ellis, we've talked about him with the Missoula Osprey, letting us host the game here. But also Paul Sopko, the director of the tournament, and then Bill Dahlgren, the son of Dale Dahlgren. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it, sir.
We don't have a fridge in this room.
We appreciate it, boss.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, you can leave those there. I'll clean them out here in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And we're back into the action with Micah Pye. First pitch is a ball, 2-0 count.
Owls able to take the 5-4 lead there in the top of the 11th before break. 2 outs, 2 balls, and there comes the pitch. That one's going to be inside for a strike for Pedroza. Bases loaded for Honolulu.
2 outs. Here's the pitch. This one will be fouled off over the bathrooms down the first base line. And we have an even count at 2 with 2 outs, bases loaded. This has been fun, Taylor. I'm glad you've been along for this one. I appreciate you coming down and hanging out while we do these games.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm having fun.
Here's the pitch. This one's going to be hit right at the pitcher. It'll bounce at second. Runner comes home from third and second. The throw home and crossing the plate ahead of the ball. And now Hawaii takes a 7-4 lead here in the top of the 11th with 2 outs.
Micah Pye with the 2 RBI single, and I bet Michael Pye is glad he stayed up and stayed at the office to listen. Right there, 1 hit makes it all worth it, right?
That's right.
And he got us
7-4,
waters.
top of the 11th. And Pedroza settles on the mound. Here's the pitch. Runners at first and second. This one will be hit off the hand grips. Picked up by the third baseman. The throw to first is there in time, and that will cash out the inning. What a play by the third baseman to finish out the inning. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Go ahead, Taylor.
With the slide and the spin coming all the way in is Todd. Woohoo!
And that'll make it 7-4. Bottom of the 11th coming up. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
Stitches of Missoula is your resource for embroidery and screen printing. Stitches can handle your large-scale projects for your team, special event, or for your organization. With their on-site graphic artists and design support team, Stitches can help you turn your idea into a compelling logo. Give Stitches a call today at 406-529-2632 to speak with their super-friendly staff. Stitches is a proud sponsor of Prep Sports on the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Stitches, we make you look good.
Feel stuck to your computer when you're cheering on your Prep Sports hero when you can't make it to the game? Well, now you don't have to. The Missoula Prep Sports Network has the app for all of Missoula high school sports fans.
Get any better than this. This is the future.
Just Missoula Prep iTunes and take the game. Go.
How fantastic is that?
Missoula Prep Sport Network knows that life is busy. You don't have time to sit by the computer. Download the app and take the game with you.
Welcome back to the Missoula Prep Sports Network. Chris Stratton, Taylor Featherman here, as we are in the bottom of the 11th inning, and we have another message here on Facebook, and that one's going to be from Diana Mendoza, and that is a shout out to Gabby Galagam and the Mid-Pacific team from Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah.
Diana Mendoza with 2 shout-outs here tonight. Thank you for staying tuned here. Let us know you're still out there.
Keep them coming here as now we move to the Wyoming side of things where Ryan Andron's going to step up. They got a 3-run deficit to make up here in the bottom of the 11th. Can they do it, Chris? As that first pitch inside and it brushed his shoulder. He'll take his base. Leadoff man is on. Quick work there.
No outs here.
Jacob Yoshino with a pitch that just maybe got away from him a little bit there. As now we'll move down to Mossy. Mossy tonight 0 for 5.
He'll settle into the Hockey Wolf batter's box. That one will be a strike. Yeah, Taylor, and you have to work your job in the morning here.
I do. That's okay. I probably would sit up this late anyway.
Jason settles in.
Jason Bierig calling us rock stars. He's with us till the end. Jason, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Jason.
We're with you on Twitter until I log out of the account after the game.
So. And we'll be here to the last pitches thrown on Sunday, no matter what time. Dedicated to these young men to make sure that the fans get to see and hear the game.
And dedicated to our craft.
That's right. Most importantly, the young men on the field, though.
Also true. There is no craft without them.
Here's the pitch. Swung on deep into center field. And he'll get it easily into the glove, and that'll be out number 1. The runner will hold at first. That'll take us to number 13, the second baseman, Nico Vite.
Brock Anderson.
No, Brock Anderson. It's a 16, not a 13.
No worries. That net throws off my eyes, too. But 1 on, 1 out, and 1 man up at the plate, Brock Anderson. Boy, that was cheesy.
That's what broadcasting is all about. Being cheesy.
Jacob Yoshino stepping him down. Now the pitch. That one's going to be just high for ball 1. 1-0. The count now.
Pushing the 4-hour mark on the game here. 3 hours and 54 minutes.
Holy smokes.
And we don't have stoppage time like the MLB does for instant replay.
No. That's also true.
Evens the count out at 1 with a strike.
Although, I'm curious, on that last play where, Andre got hit by a pitch and took his base, the umpires looked at him like, that touch you? And he said, yeah, and then he went on down. That certainly didn't fly in that Maverick game, as now another player hit by a pitch. Brock Anderson now taking his base. 2 on, 1 out here. And that one got away from Jacob Yoshino once again. But that one clearly hit Jacob. But that first one, the umpire... Brian Larson just looked at him and asked if that hit him, and he said yes, and he took his base. That's interesting.
Versus the one with McHugh earlier, definitely.
And we needed evidence in that one. The glove had to come off, and we had to look at the hand and take the tape off. I mean, that was a big deal.
I had to laugh at James Martin's dad, Charlie Martin. Between games, I was talking to him, and he says, I told Brian what I would have done was broken my finger as I was taking the glove off and been like, here, you see?
Yeah, that's Charlie Martin for you. One of the characters of that Missoula Mavericks parents. Now as up to bat, the big man, the tough man, Sean Carson, the big first baseman. 1 out, 1 ball just high right there. The second pitch from Yoshino outside once again. Ball 2, no strikes. 2 on, 1 out, as now we'll see a conference between the catcher and the pitcher. And I actually believe that's...
Yeah, he looks a little shorter than the previous catcher. We'll see the number when he turns around. It's a single digit.
4. That is Gabby Gelman. Glam Gam.
Yoshino takes a deep breath, checks the runner at second. 1 out here. Runners at first and second. Here's the pitch. Outside.
3 balls, no strikes here now. Jacob Yoshino working himself into kind of a jam here, as both bullpens are still quiet. 1 out, 3 balls. Sean Carson. That one
catches the plate for strike 1.
Oof. I'm getting antsy, Chris. It's a good baseball game. 7-4 the score. Hawaii with the 3-run lead as Yoshino is trying to close out Carson, and that's outside. Take your base. Base is loaded. 1 out for Wyoming here in the bottom of the 11th inning. And Chris, just like that, we have a ball game. I mean, we've had 11 innings of a ball game, but
we do, but the drama keeps building here as we get deeper into the game.
I can hardly stand it.
If you guys could see Taylor, he's twitching in his chair here. Oof, we have a meeting on the mound here with the infield.
So now coming up to bat is going to be none other than R.J. Prince, which we've been confirmed, we've said that right, who has his last 3 at-bats have been single, single, single. R.J. Prince catching a little steam here, and if it continues, that could be trouble for Hawaii with the bases juiced 1 out. But also watch for a double play ball, because that'll just end the game like that.
Just like that. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1.
Deep breath, Chris. I'm getting too
Deep
wound
breath.
up here.
7-4 Hawaii, but with the bases loaded, Wyoming threatening with 1 out here. Bottom of the 11th. Here's the pitch. That one will catch the plate to even the count out at 1. Yoshino trying to battle it out here. And this might be the concern as we have another pitcher warm up in the Mike's Print and Copy bullpen for Wyoming. Is what are they going to have for tomorrow?
True.
Here's the pitch. That one's fouled up over into the first base line. Makes it 1-2 on the count.
One is Jacob Bjerg tweeted in, or I'm sorry, Jason Bjerg. He doesn't care who wins or loses as long as the arms get burnt through for whoever faces the Mavs tomorrow.
And that's the same thing I got from one of the Mav parents here.
See? People pay attention. That one fouled back towards me and Chris. Not quite close, but Chris, I say it every game. If one happens to sneak into the booth, you need to be Johnny on the spot with those dials and kill the mics.
Oh, you're halfway there.
Don't say that. I'm going to be cowering under the desk. I'll have no time. 1-2 the count now for Prince.
Loaded bases. Here's the pitch. Outside, and we'll go to an even count at 2.
Jacob Yoshino struggling here just a little bit with his placement, really, balls and strikes wise.
And we are going to hit the 4-hour mark here, Taylor.
Well, and Chris, the clock strikes high midnight. So, Chris, let me be the first to tell you and all of our Wyoming listeners.
This one's popped out deep into center field. Center fielder will track it down in the lights. The runner will tag at third. That'll be 2 down, and it will be 7-5 Hawaii here with 2 outs. Runners at first and second.
Now let me be the first to tell you and all of our listeners in the Mountain Time region. Happy Friday, Chris.
Happy Friday. They're going to change runners out. Carson and number 12, Matthew Semler.
Putting in a speedster in the case that something gets out. And, you know, with 2 outs, if I am a fan of the Cheyenne team, I would pretty much rather not have anyone else up there except this man right here, and that is Hastings.
First pitch to Hastings splits the plate in half for strike 1.
He had a towering double earlier on in the game, Chris, where if that were in the same circumstance now with a couple speedsters on first and second, we might have a tie ball game. Maybe.
7-5 here in the bottom of the 11th. Hawaii in charge. Runners at first and second with 2 outs for Wyoming.
Boy, that was nearly a balk call there, I believe. Yoshino looked like he started his pitching motion and then just backed off for a quick break. Interesting.
Hastings settles in. Here's the pitch. Swung on down the third base line. It's going to roll out into left field. They'll hold the runners. And with 2 outs, Wyoming's got loaded bases. And that will bring up Nico Vite,
Wheels.
the second baseman.
Vite has walked twice tonight and also hit a double earlier. Chris, this game,
Epic.
the fans are just barely hanging in there.
Thank you so much to the fans for staying tuned in here. We appreciate it, but most importantly, the young men out on the field playing for a win, they appreciate it more. You cheering on at home, and I know they can't hear you and can't see you, but in spirit they know what's going on, and that boosts their confidence. So thank you very much.
I could yell your tweets real loud at the field if you really need a player to hear something, I suppose. But I'd probably rather not do that.
2 outs, loaded bases, and Vitae settles in. Here's the pitch. Swung on, missed for strike 1.
And Vitae went with the home run cut right out of the gate. Now down 0-1 with 2 outs, bases loaded for Wyoming.
Deep breath, Taylor. Deep breath. Here's the pitch. Swung on. This one's going to go straight up in the air over second base. The center fielder says he's there, and it's going to be caught, and the game is over. Hawaii comes back late to get the win, 7-4. We want to thank every single one of the fans that has hung out with us in this 4-hour and 3-minute game. We appreciate it. The boys appreciate it. Hawaii moves on to play the Mavericks tomorrow at 7, and Idaho and Wyoming will play at 4. Oregon and Washington at 1. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We appreciate the love and the support. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 1.